Oh yeah. I've opened up Twitch into Twitter. Oh, my phone, no. There we go, that should be alright. I might copy that tweet actually first. Oh, well, there we go. Let's go back. I know you can hear me. People can hear me. It's one of those things. Need to get some music up. Let's get some tunes. Yeah, that's all right. Just making sure that I'm still reasonably heard and yeah. There we go. Hey! I'm gonna start soon. I'm so sorry I'm late. Flipping work was extended. I rushed back and I was like, I haven't set anything up because I haven't had time today. So I was like, I haven't done all the settings and configuration, so it's going to be a little bit basic, and I'm really sorry. Hopefully it's adequate. But I got some music going. If hopefully the volume's okay, reasonably from here and from elsewhere. Almost put something in the wrong chat. Of course that doesn't actually. Sorry, I was trying to set up the Discord. Sound is adequate? That's okay. Oh gosh. I've always had a trouble with sound. But as long as it sounds okay for you, then that's perfectly fine with me. Thank you very much. We will start very soon as well. Once Discord starts being a bit weird. There we go. Send a link now, you see. Ah, nice. Cool. Right. I'll I've not really done much of this before. I've done a bit of streaming on the PC. I haven't used this PC in ages. Can you also tell me, can you hear me fine from over here? Because the mic is a little bit of a distance from here. That's fine. That's perfect then. Can't ask for anything other than that, really. I'm just going to check a few things. Okay. Because I'll explain a few things when I explain the history of it. But you are going to see a little bit of behind the scenes stuff while trying not to reveal absolutely everything about them. Which is going to be easier said than done, but I thought, hey, it would be a bit of fun, a bit different. See how it works a little bit, or all the aspects, and to what great lengths I go into these. Maybe we'll see. And if you have some stuff that you want to clip or highlight or whatever, we can do. That would be lovely. I don't know how long it's going to be, but you'll definitely want a cup of tea. Yeah, sorry, have you been waiting since like 10 and then chilling for 10 minutes basically? Because I'm very sorry I'm a little late. And hello, other people. Well, thank you for joining. We're going to be starting very soon. Let's see, Jaden Fair. What a cool name. But yeah, we'll be going through all the booklets, basically from the beginning, explaining the whole history, and then just sort of showing a few behind the scenes stuff. Well, we'll get to Smash. We'll get to Smash a bit later, and I'll also show you if I can get it up. Not in a sexual way. The next one as well, because I don't think I've really revealed what the next one is that I have been working on. Will that do? Let's have a look. Ah, yeah. That'll do, won't it? Let's just check visually as well. Oh, I don't know if that will... I don't know, to be honest. I'll just bring that up. Sorry, I'll explain sort of why some things maybe take like a hot minute to... Yeah, I'll convert it well. Or not. Okay, well, we'll see. You won't get any sizing anyway. Alright, okay, so, gosh, I kind of structured it in my head, to be honest, and I was going to write it down today, but I've been a little bit preoccupied with work, so it hasn't exactly got around to it. I can always get it up, of course, I can always get it up. Okay, so it's going to be a bit slow in some things. So let's see. Let's get everything out first, and then we'll go through, shall we? Yo, what's up? Hi guys. Oh, I'm gonna get the chat up on my phone as well. If the battery doesn't die on it. Another thing I was going to do today, and I didn't, which was charge my phone. Because it's on the lovely 4%. It's just easier than reading it off the screen the whole time. There we go. Hey, dog! Thank you for all the emotes and stuff. Yo! Alright. We've got, oh, wow. We've got 6 people watching at the minute. Bloody hell. Right, let's move this to over here, and we will go with the items. Hi! As you can see, oh, wow, you can just see my crutch. That's not great, is it? I was gonna try and get a table view. Let's try and lift it up a bit more, shall we? Is that a bit better? That's still my crutch though, isn't it, really? Gosh. You can tell I've really planned this out. Like, trying to view things. That's still really bad. Hang on. Oh, gosh. You try so hard in like the 5 minutes you have. Let's see. The video capture device. I will just go to the filters a little bit and just chop a little bit of the top there. There we go. That should be an option. That's a bit better, if that's okay with everyone. I'll make it a bit bigger as well. So this is my first time setting up a stream like this. It's going to be really hit and miss in some areas, but hopefully it's okay for you guys. Because I'm going to try and do some stuff. We've also got some air cannon in the way. So. Right. Hi, welcome everyone. Shall I turn down the music a little bit? So, or is that alright? Or is it just me that's a bit up? Is everyone ready? Audio's fine for you? That's fine. Because on my headset I have a separate audio thing. So as long as you guys are hunky-dory, I'm pretty hunky-dory with you. I would love a USB-C cable. Okay, so welcome. Hi, it's so lovely to have you all here. You cannot believe my amazement that on Twitter, especially, I now have 1,000 followers, which is like, oh my god! I would never have thought I would have that many ever in my life. So I thank you all so much, and to do something a bit special, I do something which I don't really normally do, and that's kind of show you a bit more of the process of the manuals, a little bit of behind the scenes, so you'll probably see like a few Easter eggs that you'll never ever see on the booklet or manual, and you know, hopefully without revealing too much, so that people watch this later on and then try and copy and everything. Because I'm very much a person that I love sharing info, but it was a long process to get the quality and everything else I've been after to give to you guys. So when I share information and everything, I feel like I've got to be a bit careful because people won't go through that process themselves to get what they're after, which makes them happy. So that's the reason why I get a bit sort of, you know, should I say this, should I not? Because you know, make them how you want and how they make you feel, basically. Plus, it was really expensive to get to in the setup process. So I was like, no, if you want to do it yourself, you know, put the effort in, and the expense it was to get to it. please don't cheat a little bit. Unless you want to pay me for the sentence, I guess. No, I'm joking. No, I wouldn't do that. It's all about sort of the end result, really. And it started with. Let's get a booklet out. It all started with this game here. This is, oh gosh, you can't see that too well. This game here. So this is the first booklet I ever made. And if you go, well, there's one different booklet to this, and that was kind of roughly the same, different cover, different size. And initially, it all started in 2018. Where I was looking through manuals, looking through manuals that I had in collecting N64 games and GameCube games especially, and I noticed that it wasn't any for Switch, and it started really peeing me off. So I was playing Zelda Breath of the Wild, and Mario Odyssey came out not long after, and I think it was in 2018, and I decided I'd make something for it. So I made essentially this booklet. All the way back then. So as you can see, it only has 12 lovely pages, or as we know, sides. And this is version 1.3. Gosh, it looks a lot different. And there was a big different setup for it as well. So there you go. There's all the little controls there. And for making something like this, so I made it at home, and I made like about 5 copies. Yeah, so manuals deteriorated, basically. They started off black and white, went full colour, went bigger and sexier, and then they kind of backpedaled to lesser pages, but still in a bit colour, and then dwindled, especially from like the Wii U generation onwards, to not basically having any at all. Unless it was digital. And it kind of really annoyed me, because I loved some of them. Quite a bit. So I decided to make this, and I started making it on my home printer, and I made like about 5. And that's why my shop started in 2018, because some people said, oh, I really want one, how would you go about doing it? And I said, well, I don't know, I'll set up an Etsy shop if you want one. And I only sold one. So there's a really old, slightly bigger, different front cover. You can find the image of the front cover on the Etsy sales section right at the beginning, and there's only one made that I actually sold, because I hated the way that I was printing them and cutting them, especially, and yeah, so it really irked me. Sorry, I'm looking at it so it's upside down. So it really irked me, and I wasn't in a position then to try and do more about it, because I had work and other commitments. It really does, yeah. So that was one of the main reasons why I did it. I was like, there's something here, and apart from a few indie games which were out at the time, but you know, nothing really massive. You know, maybe a download code from the official AAA sort of first party people. Nothing really was in them, and it kind of really peeved me off. Yeah, so that one's a secret rare version, that first edition Mario one. And I only sold it for a few quid, because I didn't want to sell it for more. I think it was about like £4 or £5. And because I didn't want to sell it more, I did it on my home printer. But I did like about, I think, eight of them in total, and only one I was happy with, because I was there with some scissors. I did like this template, which I still have the template. I'll sort of show you it, I think, if I can get it up. Oh gosh, too many. I'm gonna be getting it up all night, obviously. So a couple of years passed, and as some of you may know, 2020 hit with a bit of a shitstorm. Tea. And there I thought, I'll have a look, because I still really wanted them for my games. So I thought I'd have a little look, see if anyone else had done it. It's been 2 years since I thought of it. I was sure someone else was going to or not. And the fact was, no one else did. So I was like, oh wow, okay, maybe it's something I could look into doing myself properly. Now, I still thought I had the files for this version, the older version, that I could make into the new one. So I didn't, basically, to sum up that story. My hard drive died with like 6 years of photos and everything else. You know, couldn't get any of the data back, and it included the original files for this. So I was like, oh crap. So I tried to, you know, because I thought it was going to be a big task to do to make this booklet when I've already kind of made it. So I thought as well, at the same time as making this one, I would make the Breath of the Wild one, which I wanted to do for quite a while, or at least have something on it. And the reason that it really bumped up for me is because I saw, I don't have the picture anymore of it, I was trying to find it earlier, but I saw someone that made a big A4 booklet that looked similar to this in places, with the shrines, and some of the sort of like, there was like a section for the memories and everything else that they did as their compendium sort of booklet, or companion, sorry, booklet for their game, you know, and they hand drew it the whole time. It looked really, really nice, and I was like, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I was like, that would fit the game really, really well. And I actually streamed making this ages ago. Dog can back me up because he kind of helped me come up with a few ideas. Well, talk about Zelda. Got bloody Mephis thing going on. So this one, ideally, then I thought, you know, it's an exploration, it's a journey one. This booklet I was remaking at the time as well, so I thought I'd come up with a more modern thing. I haven't really come up with an actual general theme yet, but I wanted it to reminisce the old sort of Mario 64 booklet in its sort of styling. So it had the big funky text, it had a lot of imagery and information that I could put, but it's like all the vital stuff, and then you end it on a notes page, and then like a little something cute at the back, just to sort of make sure it's not blank and white really with the information. I didn't know, I thought having the information here at the back was going to be really simple and nice to have from all of them, but it turned out from the other booklets onwards that the contents page was probably the best place to have that. And I always treated these as covers, so like a book cover. Instead of like an actual page, I put information and write it on because I wanted to make it more like a cover. So while I was making this one, which I was doing quite quickly, I say quite quickly, it still took quite a lot of time, but I already knew what was on the page and where the information was, so it was a lot quicker to process, sort of getting through the thing. Oh yeah, I'll thank Dogs and other people as well that help out so much. Well, with cheat codes, it depends really, because some games do have cheat codes and don't anymore, really, which is a real shame. Yeah, so Animal Crossing will have an updated, additional, or an ultimate version at some point. One I can get right. There's too many amazing games. But so these were made alongside each other. And I streamed the making of this one, and if you watch that stream especially, these old booklets, which I'll say up till around Link's Awakening, was done using an older method, where I basically just made them images using templates of where I could put stuff for margins and everything else. So I basically made everything on the page exactly how it will be by the end result, if that makes sense. And then I compensated for, well, hey, for other things. Well, yes, Animal Crossing will have, because it only goes up to 1.2. 1.3 came out shortly afterwards, and now you got 2.0 and the DLC stuff, so it might be nice to have like the underwater additional sort of stuff in with that, and maybe a few other bits. Someone said they wanted the catalogue and everything in there, and I said no.
Yo, she fucking took off her bra.
Dude, thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. I've also just noticed chat's not up on the actual stream, so that's crud. I wonder if I can add it. I'm sorry, because obviously it's always great when you guys can actually see yourself as well. You know, oh yeah, look at that. That's a chat box. I can do that, can't I? I mean, I have no idea if it's going to work. I just put chat box in there, so I'm thinking it's not. Oh, it is. Oh, there we go. Woo. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad they're louder because I'll notice it a lot more. The other aspect is when the alert box is there, I don't know how to adjust its volume, to be honest, because I think it comes through the desktop. So, unless I actually just in the sound mix thing, I just let's see, volume mixer. I'll just turn Streamlabs down a little bit, and then that should, in theory, lower the alert box. Well, you know, it's always good to have a few jump scares. Why not? Yeah, I haven't used Streamlabs in a little while, and it's updated quite a bit. So, and unfortunately, I was running really late from work, so I only had like sort of 20 minutes to try and make a new scene and add everything in, which is why it's not as pretty looking as I probably like. So where was I? But I'm glad. Hopefully, it's like I said, it's going to be a work in progress. We'll sort this out. It'll be fine. You know, I mean, a few more jump scares, and then it'll be quieter, so it won't be as jump scary. So yeah, so these two are made alongside each other, and I'm really happy with Breath of the Wild. A lot of people, because this is a booklet, if none of you guys knew, and this is a manual, and I always try and put up as much as I can the difference between the two. This one will have controls and more information based, and this one's more of progressional and other sort of stuff. And a lot of people that buy Breath of the Wild, unfortunately, I say a lot of people. Occasionally, a couple of people do put like a lower review or something because they think that this is a manual, and I'm like, no. I'm like, I can put it as many ways as I can, but unfortunately, there's no Zelda Breath of the Wild manual made. At the moment, I thought about making one or redesigning this a little bit to be more pencil handwritten and stuff like that. But it's always going to be a work in progress, and when I got time and that sort of thing, because it would be nice to maybe like reimagine the old ones a little bit into the new standard I kind of do. But a lot of these are all edited sort of. From imagery on the Switch and remade up to scale, so all of these little icons are redone. All these shrines and towers are sort of remade and traced around. The backgrounds, if you can't see clearly, they are actually the Akkala region and the central Hyrule region that's faded in the background. And I spent so many times counting the Korok leaves. I went on so many websites figuring out how many Korok leaves are in the region, and not everyone was exactly correct. And oh god, I thought collecting 900 was an absolute chore, but actually counting and making sure you had 900 several million times, because I get like a little bit like OCD as well. I want it to look neat and nice. But yeah, so these are like sort of a nice page layout and everything as well, and I put the memories in with the region, but I don't So I give you a hint saying that in this area you'll find these sort of memories, but I won't tell you exactly where. Same as like this great fairy fountain. Here you have, oh yeah, sort of a big sort of shrine. So, you know, also with some of the, oh, you got one here. Some of the shrines, I say that there's like a little cloth icon. So you actually get some armor from that shrine, for instance, instead of like just something else like a weapon or such. You know, so I give like little hints, basically, to the region without giving too much away. And you can tick off as you go. Really. But yeah, so here as well, because I was just thinking, I was like, where is it? Obviously there's like a little house tick off list section. I totally forgot about that for a minute. So that's all the unlocks that you have for your house. You've got the shield surfing sort of icon here. You know, so it's one of those, like, I feel like you've been travelling and you write it down in a little journal. You know, so like, say you've got the foot race there, which I put as a Pegasus boot because there was no other shoe available that looked good enough, to be honest, in the game. And that's the whole sort of story from it. So that's what makes it like a mini companion guide. It helps you along the journey. You know, and I was going through like the DLC and trying to get all the amiibo stuff unlocked, and I think I did miss one, unfortunately. I was trying to peed off. But I want to redesign this because I can't actually fit any more room on this page, and the text is so small anyway. But it would also be nice to have some dies to sort of explain how dies work a little bit or something as well. You know, so there's a few little extra hit bits that I could do. You know, people asked about like a cooking section. Gosh, yeah, the spacing. Yeah, because I was only using imagery and like templates and image editor, pretty much like Photoshop and stuff. And obviously you move in pixels and stuff, not really millimeters or inches and whatnot, the way I have it set up. So I got very much like I had to keep checking every moment. And then when I was getting these printed, I was testing it with the Mario because it was cheaper, because it was lesser pages than this one, and I was still making the Zelda one at the time. It was a lot of progress, and you know, because I got to a stage where I wanted to get a bigger machine, a proper machine to produce these booklets. I spoke to loads, I test printed, I, you know, paid for samples and everything, and when you have people that have big industrial machines, printing one booklet is like about £40 or so. It's really expensive to just use all them, because they use so much energy and they cost so much to do everything. It's very expensive to print one for a certain cut or a certain type of paper and a certain size. And I think I was on like about my 4th or 5th round of trying printer people and everything, and I got to know this one guy really well, and he actually said, "Oh, I have access to this. You know, would you know, we can do the size you're after."
Yo, she fucking took off her bra.
Dude, that's still really loud for me. Thank you so much. But Nintendo, woo! Ah, you're awesome. I mean, you're all awesome. It's very nice to have you all. But yeah, so in the end, I got them to print it because the quality and everything was there, and it was really cool. We had a big chat because they never printed anything this size before, so for quite a while it was a test process, and I would always wanted to get perfect as best as I can from them. So if something was quite off, I was like, nope, do it again, and they'd get a little mad at me. But we made up for it at the end. We kind of cuddled and said it's okay. Obviously we didn't actually cuddle because of COVID restrictions, but you know, we got there. So the third booklet then was the Animal Crossing one, and this was the one still using the old method, and I think I streamed this one as well in the process of making it. Oh, hang on. Hi Ryan, it's Mike here. Want to watch and stream my phone for a while, but couldn't write anything in chat because I didn't have the app. Oh, no worries. No worries. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully going down some history for you, and whatever else. It helps and it's nice and there's an insight, and I really appreciate everyone coming and having a watch. And if anyone else has some questions, feel free to let me know. So this was a lot different. So for one of the books and everything, I always try and get a lot of imagery source. So I scour the internet, I take screenshots myself, and I did have a slightly different idea. Wow, that's really not on focus, is it? That is crap. Is it? I don't know. How does the camera work? Do you want to focus? There we go. Oh yeah, autofocus and everything on a camera like this. Brilliant. Oh. Yeah, so that's where this and you'll find with other booklets as well. The content can be quite tricky to put in because there's a lot with Animal Crossing. Really, and I was thinking with Animal Crossing, like Breath of the Wild, it would be better to have it as more of a booklet to assist you with the game rather than telling you how to play the game, because the game already does that. So, and it does that quite vigorously. So I thought this would be an additional thing, and I was like, if I was playing the game, which I was, you know, what were the main things I or other people would like to know? One of them I thought would be quite cool, because I thought this would be a nice, more of a written down aspect, was you'd want aspects to do with your town that you could circle or tick off as you go. So you've got this whole upgrade section and the I've paid my monies. And it's kind of like I was going around, I was asking a few people, I think I asked you, Dog, as well, because one of the massive things, of extra things there, but one of the main things I definitely wanted to have was these sections here where you have the bugs and the fish, especially. So I was streaming and working on these, which I have to say took forever to do, and it was really I wouldn't say it was tedious, but it really took a long time to do to get the information, because I wanted to make as much information as I could about the fish in the little box that I had on the fish. So for instance, on the months that it's available, I couldn't put down every month that had a fish because it would take up too much space. You know, I couldn't say in January it's these fish, in February it's all these fish, because then you'd also get duplicate fish, and it takes so much more room. Which means then more pages, more printing, you know. So I thought instead it would be good to have a sort of chart of sorts. So, you know, with them it was what's the best way to do the chart that's still visually appealing and people can read. Because on my imagery software, there was still a section, a font size that if it was too small, I'd have to squint to read it, and I couldn't go under that. So I found a couple of websites which confirm the same information about the fish, and I always try and double check as well as in the game sort of information, because it's always good to have reliable sources. And this is where a really funny part of the bloody book comes in, to be honest, as well. So I came up with the colour chart, as you can see, and the meanings, so no one got confused, to help sort of identify what the fish is, what it looks like, and when it's in season, in what hemisphere. And I thought that's the best thing I could go. Now, there's stuff where I could have added if it was river or fresh water or other things, but adding that information kind of made it then look quite cluttered in the little box. There's too much information going around, so it's kind of, you had to get a bit of an eye and go, oh, this is too much. I can't, having a picture of the fish is fine, and then the information about it, but then when you add droplets and other things and everything, and then you have to look at all these other key charts and everything, it got a bit too much. And so then when I was going off that, I was like, well, what else is in the game? I was like, of course there are fossils. So I made the fossils, and unfortunately, one of the websites that I was using for the fossil data, which I thought was correct, was unfortunately incorrect. So I had a version of this whole booklet, which was going off to be printed at the end, with a whole page of incorrect fossils, because they copy and pasted it from the last game on the website. And it was only on the night before it started printing, when I was playing Animal Crossing, I picked up a fossil that I don't remember writing about, and putting it in the book. So then I triple checked on several other resources, and the couple of websites I was reading, because I thought they were good, because it was basically like IGN's website and everything at the time. They were the only ones that were wrong. So I made those pages crazily in the night and sent it over to get replaced, for printing on the other pages, which they did at the very last minute, but it did cost an arm and a leg to change in mid-print, basically. So I was really glad, because otherwise I would have had an amount of books I was in the process of being printed and then sent for making and everything, and they would have all been wrong. Oh, thanks! My headset's now telling me it's going to run out of power soon. Which is good. I have a backup set, I think, somewhere. But the other aspects as well, really, where I started adding more, apart from the fossils, was stuff like the paintings and statues, because when I was just coming over to make this, I had 1.2 hit for Animal Crossing, which is why I added them in once the information light came up. And with making booklets and manuals or anything like that, it works in a multiple of 4. So I think it was the fact that my book was it was okay. I think it was like about 2 short or okay on the number. So I thought adding a couple more pages to make up the complete number of 4 would be best for printing. The songs as well, I was really surprised how many songs there were. I was going to have all the little icons, like the ones up here, for all of them, going down a nice list and everything so you can tick them off, and then I realised there's like 1 million of them. So that did not become a thing in the end. Because you've got to kind of think of what exactly takes lots of time to look good, to compare of kind of what it was a really tough call. It would have looked really great, but it would have taken up like about sort of 6 to 8 pages just to add images to it. And I thought, if everything else is 2 pages, this should be 2 pages as well. And then my favourite bit was making the passport section. And I think I have my Animal Crossing actually with me, because I filled mine out. Because I was a right little nerd. This is the one thing I was really excited about, which prompted me to make the booklet. And there's always something that prompts to make it. You know, you have like this, oh, I'd love to see this, or I'd love to have this type of thing. And this was the section for me, basically, because you have it in the game, and I thought it would be really cool if, you know, you had friends or kids or whatever, and they fill it out themselves, and then you go to a convention and you're like, oh hey, what's my town? And you'd be like, oh look, it's mine because I have a passport. Oh, you do too. Oh, I hit mine. Oh look, there's your friend code. Let's, you know, we've added each other as friends or something, you know. I know people normally add their you know, phones and stuff, but I thought it'd just be cuter and fun, and I enjoy sort of making like the little leaf backgrounds and making them a pattern and everything, and having like the little Nook logo and the Dodo logo there. And I searched for ages as well. I took a load of screenshots so I could get it like there we go. The Visa approved and the little airplane there sort of added, and of course a notes page, just because everyone needs to write some notes. And I thought the most hilarious thing, because obviously it's a player pass, so it's like a dodo. I was going to have the airplane at the bottom sort of displayed or have it highlighted in that, but I couldn't get a decent imagery of the plane from my Switch to actually do a proper outline of everything or to look as good as I wanted it to. So I didn't do it in the end. I made it a sort of nice swirly aeroplane-esque line that it's like on the airplane, and then I thought it'd be really funny to have Nook Inc. sort of own it at the back, because he owns everything, you know, and you can never get away from him. And then it was the factor of sort of making a little background, so it's like a butterfly one. You know, you got the fossils and everything, and they're all sort of standard to what they are really from online stuff. You know, the song one, you know, some of them you do have to make to kind of fit the theme and stuff like that. But you know, I think it's not too bad. The colour scheme as well, it's not is good. Special characters I could add more in the future, or you know, tips. Some of the tips might change because a couple of people have said about the A button. You only have to tap it once to get it up quicker when you're crafting, instead of when I was saying just, you know, tap it out as much as you can. I'm just going to see if I actually have any pictures, because I should. Gosh, yes. All right, let's check down. So I'll show you the difference a little bit, if I can. Hi. So this is Luigi's Mansion, but we'll get there in a minute. You're seeing some proper behind the scenes stuff. So with so for instance, if we go with a page, there we go. You guys, so this is an image, you see, and the way I made them, add your AC character in page 1 just cause. I was really tempted to add part of my, you know, like my character in there or something, but then I thought, like, you know, I've already got my name in the contents section here, and I learnt that I have to, you know, I was like, if I'm going to say these are booklets, then booklet version 1.0. You know, the thing actually, I think with Zelda, because this should be a 1.1. Yeah, so this is a version 1.1, where it actually says booklet. Gosh, you probably can't read. But it says booklet version 1.1. And that's mainly because when I first made it, I said manual version 1.0. And I didn't want to have any confusion between booklets and manuals. So it changed to 1.1 to be a booklet. Yeah, that's very true, he did. So these are images, and basically when I got these, and in printing you do a few extra things as well. You then put them into a certain sort of thank you thing. You put them into a certain template or format for then printing and cutting and all that sort of thing. But so I did them as this is the final image. I then put it into this template and format sort of process, and then it gets printed. And to be honest, in some ways it's great because you're pretty much like, you know, whatever this looks like, it's going to print. You know, nothing can go wrong. It's all been flattened. It's all been sort of merged. And when you have image effects in comparison to other programs, you know what it looks like straight away. For instance, I've known working with publisher or InDesign and everything. If you add like a shadow and stuff, which we'll get to with Luigi's Mansion, it looks different from when it exports, and it's really fucking annoying, especially when, you know, so you have to have multiple testing things to make sure that the effects you've done are right and they look right, and then they have to go through an extra step to make sure that they're going to come out okay, but aligning and doing other things properly in the right size and everything, because I 9 times out of 10 you get um, measurements in certain amount of pixels and that sort of thing when you move them out. So these are normally about, I think it's about 60 to 80 pixels away from the edges, and I was like, that's about sort of a certain amount of distance from the page where margins and text will be read or cut well and that sort of thing. But ideally, it's better to have actual proper measurements there the whole time. You're kind of guessing a lot of the time. And my headset died, so if anything's wrong with the music, just let me know. Seeing as I can't hear anymore. I mean, I'll get some other headphones in. I'll let it charge up for a bit. So that's those the Animal Crossings, and pretty much Zelda. Link's Awakening, which is next up, was great in the imagery only aspect, but kind of became a bit of a caveat now. But we, hang on, yeah. Oh, I thought it was going to be a fade. Yeah, so Link's Awakening. I don't know how sort of everyone knows Link's Awakening. It's one of my favourites, to be honest. I played it, I loved it, it looked really cute. And when playing this, because it was such a big booklet and I was putting a lot of time into it while playing the game, I only played like the first like sort of 3 hours of it. I got up to like Dungeon 2. But I liked it so much and I thought it'd be really interesting because this is a remake. So, oh, thank you. It's one of my favourites so much in colour and style and everything. And so, because it was a remake, I thought I'd look at the original and I had the original PDF because I normally download the older or the inspired PDFs as well, so I get an idea on style of what they did back then or what sort of they included. Because if it's something like a remake that I'm going to transfer across, I kind of want to get the same feeling, you know, they had. So for this one especially, I kind of went more sort of hand in hand. So they had this aspect where they had stuff in the cover, and I can't do that. I can't put a Nintendo seal of approval on because it's an unofficial manual. So that's out right out of the gate. But this one was very much red as well. This original Game Boy manual. I bought the manual on its own, especially. I couldn't afford the game because I really wanted it on Cacti. I bought the manual for I think it was for £10 on eBay, which I thought was not a bad deal for the, you know, in reasonable condition, everything I needed in. And I had it next to me the whole time while I was going through the PDF online and stuff. But basically, the idea is I wanted to make this like the remake. The remake was 100% like the original, and it had some new bits added to it with a new skin. So the idea was that this manual was going to be, you know, 100% the same as the original, have a new skin for the Switch, and then obviously have a few included sort of bits. Yeah, only did cost half an arm. Dog's arms are very long. He's like the sort of long tickly Mr. Happy thing. Mr. Men? Mr. Tickles, that's what it is. Regen? Or Regen? Regen? Oh, I don't know where we're going. Oh, I see. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if dog regenerates, to be honest. He'll let us know in a minute. So one thing. So, for instance, the story as well. Well, sorry, let me just try and flick the pages. It's kind of hard when you go upside down. There you go. So, I didn't know exactly what to do imagery-wise here. Like, do I use the old style of imagery like the old characters, because you can kind of like AI upscale, or try and get an artist to recreate the old style, or do you go with the new style that they have already out as characters and such? But I couldn't find another exact version of this scene that was really good, so it was a factor of trying to find the best imagery version I could, and then tweak it to colour it and everything to fit the book. So, because the old one, the original, is basic, well, I wouldn't say it's like black and white, but it's very saturated and very red, whereas the new one does have a lot more colour. And everything from like the really white sort of boxes that are faded and the exact wording was in the sections where it cuts off. You know, I had to try and make it to the T as best I could, and that's why sort of the title sections are pretty much the same. You have the Zelda logo, a big bar, and then a number at the end. And in this one, it's very similar. You have the Zelda bar and then the number. And also as well, one aspect I didn't realise until much later, because I have a kind of like language disorder sort of thingy. I'm not great at spelling or writing a lot. It's never been exactly my forte, and I've tried spell checking or get other people to spell check for me and everything like that. When these get proofed and everything, especially with this one, it was very, very wordy. And with the photo editor, you sort of do spell checker too much, or at least I didn't even know where it was. I didn't even know it existed. But whereas now or later, there was a form of spell checking, I found out, and now I have like a dynamic one. So even though they're not exactly perfect, and I try to make them be, they're a lot better in that region. So yeah, so this is where my OCD comes in a little bit. So if we go to the next page especially, so the idea was I was remaking a manual that had imagery of certain scenes or certain rooms, and had layouts obviously for the controls. So for the controls I mimicked that, but then to do my best as well is I tried to, well, I mean, I think I pretty much succeeded in most cases apart from one, recreate every image from the Switch. So I played the whole game to recreate every image, and I screenshotted it. I posted it on Twitter for a very split second, because I didn't know how to send it from my Switch to my computer, to then download it from Twitter and then delete the tweet. So I did that for every screenshot in there. So every scene where, now sometimes there is like a little bit of extra information because the Switch is a bit longer. So deleting save files, there's 3 screenshots there, but there's 4 here because it takes an extra step. You know, copying, again it's 3, but it's 4. But if we go to, let's have a look-see. Oh yeah, so so this is how extreme we get. So if you look at the, yeah, gosh, I do a screen. So if we look at this image here, Link is by the wind chime, swiping his sword down in a motion. Now, I didn't get the exact sort of rupee count or anything, because I'm not that crazy, but I did edit the rupee count in. But in the photo he is there, he is by the wind chime, swiping down. You know, and then I've added things, and I've added the rupee counter in because it fades away after a certain amount of time. And it's like that for every bloody scene. Really. The map is where I was for the map. The, you know, you have the aspect here of where he's sort of with, I'll show you the two here. So he has the with Malon section and the dungeon section, and it's exactly the same here where he's next to Malon talking, and the exact same dungeon in the remade version. Yes, exactly. Like that was a game saver. I kind of wish it was sort of, you know, implemented back then, because Jesus Christ, I really could have used it. You know, so layout wise, it's pretty much as I could get same thing. So with the imagery as well, one really cool thing they did was they had all these images, like remade or something, but they never used them for anything. Which was the inspiration for me to make this, because I love the images, but there was nowhere to put them, nowhere to see them. So I thought using them in the book, the high resolution remade ones from the artist would be really good. And it was this section with the character bit that led to the whole let's remake the whole thing of the book. So, you know, so basically you have the three, the sword swipe, and all the little icons behind the text. But it's just all nice in colour. It's all sort of more high resolution text. I've had to edit a few in there, like the whole jumping one. It does look different because that's one that the artist has made, and I didn't have an artist making things for me at the time, so I kind of edited several others together to make that were available to make a jumping sort of look. Yeah, so they're all there, and they're all pretty much exactly the same. I think I did change a little bit about sort of magic powder. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so yeah, there's one thing. So Magic Powder has a little bit of an extra line as an Easter egg from the original manual. It's one of these things I've added in apart from the Switch stuff. Because for instance, Magic Powder doesn't mention anything about lanterns or lighting torches, all that sort of thing. And trying to get sort of, I think it was like the second dungeon or something with the chain chomp. I did not for the life of me figure out what to do. I was stuck on there for like an hour trying to think what I could do to get in this second dungeon. And when I looked it up, it was saying, oh, just use some magic powder and a lantern and it opens up. And I never thought of that. And I was like, gosh, if it took me like an hour to like try everything apart from sprinkling magic powder on a lantern, because I think of, you know, fire or stick of fire or something like that. I was like, yeah, I'll add like a little sort of, you know, addition in for a lantern to hopefully help other people if they read the manual. Or like, yeah, unlit torches maybe, yeah. But basically, apart from that, you know, everything else is still the same. You have the Yoshi doll. A lot of these icons I had to make as well, and a lot of the icons I got were from some renders, but they were very saturated. The colour was really out, so I spent a lot of time, especially with all the images, trying to colour match it with the screenshots, so they kind of looked quite similar or quite appealing as the screenshots in the remake. Because the remake was very sort of, you know, amiibo looking toy, sort of plastic sort of feel, and with the imageries which were quite plain, I had to really kind of saturate it in areas and really bring out its colour to make it not look as boring, to put it nicely. But again, it was, you know, sort of when you have dungeon items, so it's a little bit different because I added, what was it? Oh yeah, crystal sweat. Oh no, it's not. Sorry. So yeah, pretty much all mimicked and the same. Especially with the map of the dungeon. You know, every image, every item, I went in there and took a screenshot. Wow, Mike Tendo. Sorry. Thank you very much for the attention to detail. It's very kind of you to say. It's a, you know, passion of love at the end of the day. But yes, of course, I'm so sorry it's so late for you. You're about an hour ahead of me, so. But it's very thank you for joining. You know, and the insight, and feel free to look at it afterwards, or you know, if you guys wanted another one in the future, I guess I could. You know, it all depends on what you're after, maybe. But really, thank you so much. And Mike Tender, I mean, he's been amazing. He does some beautiful screenshots. He sort of has like sort of his magazine's articles, which I've been very lucky to have. Some of the booklets shown on everything. He's such a great guy. So thank you very much, Mike Tendo. Or Mike, whatever you want to be called. I'm not sure. But very, very kind of you. And I really appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate everyone's like just love and everything. It's just absolutely amazing. Ooh, I'll show you one thing that's actually different. Yeah. So the only imagery I couldn't get as a remake or an upgrade or try and do myself or anything, was page 19, which is also page 20, because in the original it started from the inner cover and went through, whereas I start from the contents page and continue through. For me, contents page is always page 1. You can fight me on that, it's fine. But the only difference is this page here. So in the original, he's walking with a map, and I couldn't find him for the life of me high-resed enough, or in the style of his new character going through with the map. It was absolutely impossible at the time. I don't know if it's better now. So in this one, I basically edited him out of a higher res background, so it's all the same. I color corrected it to suit more of the book and everything else that was around, and then I had him fight a monster, basically, instead, on more of a fan dungeon or something, because I thought it looked really cool in it, and that's how I kind of went with that. So yeah, but everything else is pretty much a lot of the same images, or a lot, trying to replicate the same stuff. You have controls. You have the heart piece sort of section where you have 4x4, and then the picture there of where the heart piece is. Oh, I put them in the wrong place. So that's it. Fuck it. Redo the book. Put them above it, not flipping around it. Oh. I mean, more or less, it's the same room. I just put them in the wrong place. Oh, and that's the only one as well. Gosh, damn. God, try so hard, eh? Can't be perfect. My audio is very quiet. I'm so sorry. It could have been that I was just talking quieter. I can try and amp it up a bit if you want, because I am a little bit away from my microphone. Let's add a gain. We'll see if that works. Is that a bit better? I hope it is a bit better. But lastly, the other big change. Oh yeah, so he sleeps by a tree there, and the only tree I have is the little one where it's very green, and it looked really cool. But it was obviously, instead of like a transparent background, it was kind of a full-on picture. So I kind of did a little bit of artistic licensing, as they say, or something like that. And here was really tough, the character pages, because I didn't know whether to have... is my audio better, by the way? Cosplay dancer? You beautiful man. Ah, nice. Alright then, there we go. So yeah, so character stuff was really difficult, because I had the originals and then I had the new ones. And it was just a chance I've been in the end, look-wise, to relate it to the game and the other images I was going for. Having the new ones were the better choice, I guess. And apart from that, then it said just the new to Switch stuff, which basically I made in the style of the original and tried to explain as much as I can. And then, the funny thing is, it came to the last page, and it was the dungeon editor, and I really wanted to add the dungeon editor in to show off the amiibo and the factor of it, what it was. And that unfortunately gave me to an odd number. I think it was like 1 or something, 21 or something. And the book had to be 24 sides in total, which means I had to either make 3 more pages or extend another page. And the only other aspect was really to do to get the total was I wanted like a couple of notes pages, but in the end I had to add a whole extra page of notes pages to to get the total up. So where it was going to be 1 just solid note pages or 1 side of notes pages, I had to then, I added then 3 more sides and note pages, which can help, people if you wish. just so I could get the correct number for printing, basically. And as a nice little homage, I sort of got the little new rendition, sort of, you know, at the beginning he's trapped and, you know, deserted on the island, and then by the end he's all nice and happy and safe. Well, I wouldn't say safe, he's on the open sea alone, but you know, I thought sort of they were nice sort of like little additions, and I spent quite a bit of time just editing and making sure they looked nice, because the waves from the video file were the worst thing to edit out ever. but I thought it was a nice sort of addition, because even in this one there wasn't any notes page, and I was like, what? No notes page? That's barbaric. But yes, it was the fact that sort of was really nice, fun opportunity to have, you know, the original and the it was my first time doing it, and it was the biggest one that I did at the time. I think it's 30 something. Yeah, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Yeah, so it's about 40 sides in total, because the covers are 4 sides. So it was really big. So yeah, 36 page booklet. And I was like, phew, lordy. Where the rest, you know, the first one was 12 pages. The next ones were 20. This was like almost double the amount of pages. And I learnt after this one, in the future, I was like, oh, people were asking me to translate this work into other languages and to, you know, come up with maybe different versions. And with this method of just creating the images outright, it was actually very difficult to translate into the language, or to set it up for a translation company to do so. So I was a bit like, and it's kind of always been a bit hard, because unfortunately the files now for these, in the way that it's set up, is it's really hard to quickly edit, to be honest. Not gonna lie. But they look gorgeous though. So, you know, there's pros and cons to every system. So then it came to this point where I was like, I need to start a different system of work, and I don't even have it here with me. And it kind of came where I was introducing the sort of publisher aspect in designy type programs, but still using an image editor, because that's all I know. That's all I knew really. But it came up with this one, and this one was again a really big booklet. That are, you know, I was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, it's only so big you can go before things start getting crazy. But yeah, I mean, I thank you all for still being here, and everything's really cool. And my phone's died. Oh, I'm doing so well. So 3D World, the aspect. Let me see if I can show some Farunos. You know, because we've been talking about the others, and to be honest, until it's like later versions, there's not too much behind the scenesy stuff that I can show you. But it's always good to go down history memory lane and have chats with you. Where did 3 All-Stars? Nice. So just yeah, just to show you like how crazy it gets as well. So it's the Luigi Mansion 3, which will be the next one. But like for image research, for instance, on 3D sort of stuff, like I throw a load of booklet. I you know, do an image research, and I search loads. You know, I take sort of screen grabs of what the layout looks like. You know, here's like the original sort of manual. You know, and sort of stuff. So like how they structured things and everything. You know, how I can look to structure things, what's included. I made some imagery, I found some imagery, and this also was before I kind of have like a file format that I use. So it's all very much like hit and mix together. basically. You know, so there's a load of Switch screenshots, for instance, as well, that I was using. It's all kind of crazy structured. You know, I took apart the DS one a little bit as well, just to because you have the original manuals in it as well, but I extracted it as well just in case there was anything sort of was it like the text and stuff, anything sort of really vital, like the old sort of things, so then I could trace around it and use them quite well for the original, basically, which I did end up doing in the end for the N64 part, because these were color renders to some extent. So, you know, having this as a starting point was a lot better than having nothing, or trying to scan my N64 manual. And that's how it sort of goes. And, you know, it's sort of imagery, it's and they all came on the file as it is in the first place. But this one's had a few changes in its time. I think we're on 1.1, yes. So I really wanted to do the idea of going through the stages of the older manuals, and I'm in PAL. I'm not in yeah. Best, like, that was an amazing DS game. And it was. This was like getting really thick, and you know, the next two after this were like thicker even yet. And I was like, bloody hell. Yeah. So you say that, Rich EMH. How what do I call you? Do I call you EMH or Richard or the other awesome one? But yeah. So I'll tell you about like the size limit or the thickness limit in a little bit, because it was Richard, that's awesome. It was a theory, and then it kind of became a bit more practical, really, of how much I could put information wise in a booklet to then not have it bulk out and destroy the case, really. Well, you get to smash, you see. Skipping ahead. But yeah, so the idea of this one, in its terms, was recreating, as you know, the original 3, and have the little extra for the front. So that's pretty much in part what they are. And the backgrounds, which you have to look in really good light, because also when you have something as an image on the computer, when it prints out, it's different. And I was still learning how to properly color correct it. But the idea was recreating all the layouts from the N64 version and going through and giving the basic information from there. And then at the time I came up with a controls page for version 1.0, which was just a screenshot, but I enhanced the screenshot a lot. So it wasn't exactly a screenshot. It was like, because it was very black and very dark and you couldn't see stuff, so I kind of, in the image, I kind of sort of like got the color of the all the controls basically and brought it out, saturated it out a lot. Yeah, it was like a HD screenshot, so you could see it. But when it printed, because the lines were still so thin in some areas, even though I brought the color out, it kind of blended through a little bit, so you couldn't exactly read it perfectly. So in version 1.1 then, I basically just got the controls, I just remade the controls. So I did it for all 3, and then I fixed a little issue where there was another screenshot here on this page, where it's now 2 smaller screenshots that are brought out and bigger in color instead of one full screenshot, so you can see it basically a lot easier. Oh yes, of course. Yes, I've seen Star Trek Voyager quite a bit. It's one of my more favorite Star Treks of the others. But I mean, I don't watch like loads of Star Trek, unfortunately. I used to watch quite a bit of Voyager, but that was like years ago. And that makes sense. Always love that little sort of can't remember his name, but he was like, "Not this time, not today." That guy, fucking love him. Yes. But yeah. So, as I wanted to make this a manual and a booklet as well, I thought, especially for the N64, it's not going to be too hard. I added all the little stars, and I added like the 8 red coins on the 8 red coin stars and where they're located, which surprisingly was mostly the same across the board, apart from a couple. They're always like the sort of 6th level out of 7th, apart from a couple. So I was like, that's very interesting. Oh no, sorry, they're mostly they're either mostly the 6th or the 4th. And then again, it was the same with the sort of sunshine and just recreating it. I was really happy with this sort of theme layout, keeping it all kind of the same colour for the instance. And again, at this point, it was just another screen image for 1.0, and I remade it to make it a lot more visible and able to be read on 2.0. And again, I was like, oh, it would be really cool to have the stars kind of like the Mario Galaxy way, but you know, with basically with the stage in the background, make it look a bit more sort of easier looking on the eyes instead of just having a load of lines and a title. Kind of themed with the game a little bit, even though it's kind of hard to theme because it does like a big screen like Galaxy in a way. But I tried getting them all on the same line, and there were too many shines, so there had to be 2 lines basically for each shine. And then Delfino Plaza has like 1 million shines. And I was like, Jesus Christ, how many shines are there? And I was really glad I could sort of set it up in a way where it was because I think it was like about 40 of them. Yeah, it's about 40, but there was 41 because there's like a secret shine somewhere. But I added it to a backlist because that would have been a whole line for 1 extra shine, and it was really yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Like I said, it's a stream. You can ask me any questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. And you know, we're going down memory lane, sort of thing. The Galaxy ones were the easiest in a way, because there was a really nice PDF manual of it. So having it to look at and then recreate was thing. When's the Rowan FN booklet? That'll be at the end of my career, and it'll be a booklet where you have to tick off all my other booklets. So then you can collect all the booklets, you see. And it'll probably be like the only time I reveal when exactly they're all made. Yes, exactly. I know. It'll be a manual for how to make manuals. The manual. Yeah, and like here, you know, I had to have the stars as well. There's loads of stars, and I basically set them up like you do, like you see them in the game. I think when they're like that little level select aspect. That's what I really wanted it to be. Like when you go to a world and you have a level select or something like that, it kind of has like this little "this is the thing," and then it's got a picture of it. So I thought it'd be really nice with all the stars going over there. And this is one that's really that I learned with color correction quite a lot is, and I've tried to compensate quite a bit, is for instance this green star in the actual imagery, which I'll show you. Why not for the page? Because I still did this on images, I believe. It's actually a lot more green. There we go. Ta-da! So he's a lot more green. It's a lot more vibrant and everything. And I've tried my best, and I've learned, you know, like trying to get a bit better and everything with time. But as you can see there, it's a lot less green, despite me trying to make it really, really green. And it's the way that the color correction goes and gets applied and everything as well. And because it was a 35th, I added a little 35th at the back. and I saw this imagery online as well, where it's like an old classic Mario with a newer Mario, and I thought that would be really nice and sort of thing where you can see the older styled Mario with a new one. But yeah, but you know, so there's a lot to think about with what's the face? Color correction. That's the one. Yeah, to be honest, it would be cool to have a booklet that indexes all the other booklets and stuff. But you know, it would be really shit right now because there's only 9. Well, soon to be 10, maybe in the next month or so. Maybe more in the future because you know, I'm working on things, which will be exciting to change. So the next one after this is Luigi's Mansion, which we got up here. And this is one of my favourites. I spent so long on this. And again, this is the second biggest booklet. It was bigger than the 3D All-Stars. This is a whopping booklet of, yeah, it's 52 sides. So it's a 48-page booklet. Oh, God, yeah. I spent a long time on this one. And a new version gets printed every time a new booklet releases. I think people would hate me for that. That's why I don't like doing loads and loads of revisions. And if there are, then you know, it's normally in the beginning lifespan of the thing, because that's when feedback comes through, or like, you know, a couple of months down the line something happens. So I don't like having too many revisions or too many of the same sort of booklet but updated. It's especially why for something like Animal Crossing, so many people have purchased that and supported it, and they really love it. And if I do an additional, then it would be for like an additional booklet to have the extra stuff, and then maybe one to have all of them together, rather than saying, here's just an updated booklet, because I'd then feel sad or sorry for the people that spent like, you know, like a £10 sort of on a booklet that's now outdated, if you know what I mean. So, you know, I don't want them to feel ripped off, because you don't really get sort of I know that, well, there might be something for Happy Home. I haven't actually got Happy Home myself yet, but you know, I've said, like, now with 2.0 out and it's free, that you could do a whole conclusive, hopefully, Animal Crossing booklet, because that's the other thing when you have things that, and it's why it took Smash for ages as well, is when you have things that are still being released and updated, then you know, your manual or something's really outdated, so you either set it up just before all the updates or DLC comes along, or you don't do it until the DLC's finished or whatever. So that's the thing with Animal Crossing, where I did it through halfway its free update. Now that it's at the end of its free update life cycle, it's out of date. And yeah, so with Smash, you see, I haven't contemplated really getting into it or starting to think about it until all the DLC was complete for it. So now that it has finished and everything, and the information's getting generated and everything, it's now a lot easier to do with knowing that it's going to be okay. Because updates could also sort of, like, if you had a tip on something and then it updates and you don't double check the tip, it could change, and then you have something that's updated but now incorrect, and that would be even worse. I would hate that. So this one, Luigi's Mansion, was one of my favourites to make. It also was an absolute ball ache to make at times, because I had this idea. So the original idea was to do this in the end, but imagery and everything available, or what I could use, I know it was so long. It was so long. Was really tough. So I did start, and I wonder if I still have some of the older images of what the front cover was going to be, because when I was doing it I couldn't design it the way I wanted, so it was going to be more of a structured manual, Yeah, there we go. So the front cover was originally going to look something like this. This was like the test for ages because there was nothing really else around. So it's going to have the logo, something in the same sort of spooky text that I made and everything, and Luigi's there. He might have been a bit bigger and closer or something, to fill out the space a bit more and stuff. And that's the one I sort of released, because, Green Mario. Yeah, I'll change it to an M, that sort of thing. Yeah, it was. Luigi's Mansion is a different one, and as Cosplay Dancer there said, I asked him to get a load of imagery for the maps and stuff because I was with Premium Edition Games at the time. I was designing some of their manuals, so I had less time to spend hours playing Luigi's Mansion 3 to get all the imagery and everything I wanted. So I asked a very good friend, Cosplay Dancer, if he could snapshot and send me all of them, which I was after, and he did that multiple times. So I thank him a lot, to be honest. Yeah, and so the original one was going to be like this, and it was going to have more of the. Let's see if I can. Oh, okay. You're not going to do that, are you? There we go. Yeah. So it was going to have like the inner cover saying like one's a good one and one's a bad one. So you have that contradictory inner cover look. And it started having some of the controls standard, so it wasn't anything like this. Because this was my original idea, and I was like, the resources aren't there. I can't find it. I can't really get it and make it that well. It's going to look awful. And then one day, someone called Sonic Chow as well on Twitter. He said, "Hey, I can help you with some imagery. I know of some really good resources, and he sort of knows some people as well and all that sort of stuff." And I was like, "Oh," and he's like, "Yeah, I know some places where you can get it. I'll make an online doc and everything like that." I was like, "That's really cool." So then he made like a little shareable folder, and he shared with me loads of images from sites I've never heard of or seen or anything. And basically, I was, like when I say like images, it was sort of like, the little ones or something. So stuff like this logo, I was fine to recreate, but I didn't have a great alternative to start off by. But it was stuff like, had like the sort of cobwebs or the better resed characters, and I got the images for the things and stuff, but it had like better clocks and stuff. So I'll explain how it went, really, to be honest. So he had a load of images. Like the mirror, the framing, and all that, which is exactly what I've been after for ages. I didn't know how to create it. I didn't know where to start. And he got these images and everything. It looked absolutely fantastic. And much like the footing and like the little proper sort of borders. So the really stuff that helps stuff like this come around perfectly. So then I got other images that I could help. So stuff like the papers, the sellotape. I made some stuff like you can see there, and the pictures. I started doing that for each one. And also I moved to using a sort of more of a tablet instead of this PC here. So then I drew a load of circles and arrows and a million squares, just so that basically all the squares, as you can see here, for down here, they're all different pretty much. There's like I know there's like more squares, but I think I drew like about sort of like 50 to 100 odd squares, and had the aspect, and it started to come together on the theme. So because the theme of the game is it all looks nice and then it all goes horribly wrong. So then that's what I wanted to do with this book, is like Luigi's found an evil book about him and everyone else, and he shoved it into the nice information guide. So there's like everything's all nice. So the front and the back bit are the good parts where they're trying to be really nice, and then he's stuck on the bit on the contents and ripped the middle pages out to get to the bad bits. And the Poltergeist users I took from the Nintendo sort of name for it. So when they had controls up on the website, they said Poltergeist users instead of controls. I thought that was really cute, and I'd add it in as well. So a little bit of feedback then. So this is actually all half a page before it got ripped, which is about the art viewing section. So I can't remember if I'd probably have to get up the actual file, but I basically talk about it briefly, because one aspect with this is I tried to make the sentences or the wording seem to make sense. So I'm not adding random words, I actually have a paragraph about it, either from somewhere online or something I've typed out myself, and then I've ripped half or most of it away. Because then it's more realistic. It's not just saying in our blah blah art viewer blah blah, and blah 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 or something, It's actually saying something about the art viewer, and that page has been ripped out. There's a picture of it, and it's been and sellotaped and something like that. So these are actual, most of the time, apart from a few other pages, it's mostly a perfect sort of little paragraph or section about it. And sorry it's a little bit low res, I'll put in an overprint, there we go, so we get rid of all the lines. So yes, so then these were little sections of adding in text and little fun things. So this survival guide kind of mimics the nice one, where it has a little message and everything, but it's evil. So I was like, how can I make it look evil? Of course, we had the King Boo purples and everything, but obviously you have Helen. She's been added in, being like, look, this is her, and Luigi sort of started to panic and started to scribble and circle things, and it's got a cobweb on it because why not? It's evil. And this is where one of the Easter eggs is actually, because where there's sticky notes, there's actually some stuff under the sticky notes. So for instance, if we go to me and friends, oh gosh, you'll actually find where else it's what I think it's meant to say enemy. Yeah, it says enemies. Just trying to find where the layer is. There we go. Enemies. There we go. Actually says enemies. And you'll never see that because he stuck me and friends on there. You see, so there's a lot of that sort of stuff going around where this is why it also took really long. It took about 2 or 3 months or so, because I was halfway through it in one way and then the imagery came, and then it took another 2 months after that in this setting, because so this was the first one where I was really using this sort of program for the layering and everything, and it's also where I learned about how sort of the special effects stuff has to be really checked a lot more, because shadowing is a lot different in a preview than it is in the final export, which was so annoying. But it's also because of the way the book is, I've made an evil book that is a completely evil book, and then I've gone back and literally added all the sticky notes and the underlinings over it like Luigi would do. So you do miss a lot of stuff like enemies in a sort of section, but he's stuck over sort of that aspect. I can't remember what I put for oh, sorry, I'm just taking off some of the layers. But I'm trying to find which one was the paper. So the paper was there. No, wrong paper. Wrong paper. Nope. Can I just select this paper, please? Oh, it's that one. Yeah. So yeah, that's me over there. So basically, behind Clem, he's basically some engineer or hillbilly type person, but a dead ghost and floating duck. And there we go. You know, that's the description of him, but it's got a bit of paper over there, so you can't see it all. But it's, you know, there are some really funny quotes in there, little quirky quotes in there. But you'll never see it. And the thing is, as well, is you know, there's all this. So you know, there's a few rooms in the boiler works that you can view. Please do not touch, though they are keeping the hotel alive. I mean, dead. You know, and all this sort of thing. But it's taken up by pictures and maps. You know, because I made it look. You know, I was like, it has to be a proper thing. So when he puts random shit all over it, it still looks good. You know, and they are strategically placed. So, for instance, you see the duck here, you know, a little bit, and you see a bit of text, maybe a few others or a little picture, because it's got to look like it's still a brochure. So if you didn't have this, for instance, it still would kind of make sense as a nice little brochure, you know, minus the sticky tape, of course, and that little thing on the minute. But yeah, but they all have each layers, they all have a bit of thing. And the frame, I coloured the frame to suit their clothing and their ghostly glowy thing, and it, you know, and that was one of the big things I really wanted to do with it, because with King Boo and Luigi's Mansion, they're very much from, you know, paintings and everything all the time, you know, especially Luigi's Mansion 3 as well, they're all in paintings, so I thought it would be really good to have all the bosses and everything in paintings. And it was a really nice setup. I was trying to work on a few different ways of setting up, but I got there in the end. And I did it in order of the clock, the hand elevator hand thing, and quite a few of them I had to make, and some of them are from the concept art. So all these portraits of the bosses and all the hands of the elevator, they're all either made or from concept art, because I was really lucky and really good to get to find concept art of the bosses during their development, and I was like, that's really cool, I'd love to use it and show it somehow. And I thought, you know, it's kind of in that style, having it as a portrait, I thought it'd work really well. And these are Luigi just saying little tips and stuff, and another sort of Easter egg is obviously keeping up cleaning standards since 2001, which is a Easter egg in relation to the first Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. So I can't remember what's through there. Car park that's never full, mainly because rear ghosts don't have feet, but there is one car said to be one of our special guests. Some of them don't make complete sense, just to let you know, or like this one has a few returns just to lower it down a little bit. But when it's the car park, it will lead you to the stairwell where you can enter the grand lobby. Yeah, pretty simple. There we go. But you put that over there, and you just got, you know, grand lobby, which is a good bit of text to see probably. You know, you got to have feet there for some reason. There you go. But again, you got Luigi's things over the top, really. It's just fun bit of wording and stuff. And this, I thought the grand lobby would be nice to look a bit different. So whereas these have little backgrounds, and I don't know if you can see it actually on this one. Let's try and get to another one. Okay. If you can see on this background, there's little boos. Now they're really thin, and I wanted to try and bring them out a little bit as much as I can, but there's little boos over across the whole background, and on the actual manual, because of the print colour, you can't actually see it that well. But I found out that you can see it if you shine a light up to it, and I thought that was bloody hilarious when it came to test print, and I kind of kept it like that and haven't adjusted it ever since, because Luigi uses his flashlight to you know, scare boos and everything. But if you use your flashlight from, I would use my phone, but unfortunately it's run out of battery now, and it'd probably be horrible to show on the camera. But if you have the manual and flash it on a purpley background like this, you'll see little boos everywhere. Not on this one. This one has like a little wall thing because it's a different background because of that. But these ones, and furthermore on the other thing when there's not a background, there are little boos everywhere. So that's always been a bit of fun for me, really. I was like, that's so cool, I'm keeping it there, I'm not going to change it at all. So the grand lobby I made a bit different, because there we go. So I made it, instead of having the footer and the header, I made it have a whole background, and this was the first time I was doing a merging picture. There we go. A merging picture, which is, well, I call it a merging picture or a dual picture, whatever. But it's basically a picture that goes from one side to the other of a page, and there's a lot of, I wouldn't say iffy calculations, but there's a lot sort of. I told the printers at the time, I was like, please be aware that there's a page, picture going across both, and I want it to be perfect every time. But it's I got better with it. It's where you put it in a certain way, and when they go alongside each other, it looks good. So let's just put them facing here for a second. So there we are. You see. So now the whole background merges and looks okay. And I thought it'd be funny to say that Luigi said it's the worst sort of welcomes, because it's not been great for him. Obviously, like, there's Mario and there's Peach, but no one cares about Toad. And then he's snuck around and taken a snapshot of Egad, and he's like, is that Egad? What's he doing here? Blah, blah, blah. That sort of thing. Because he's a little panicky, bless him. But we're still on the lower floors, so it's number one. And trying to find a reasonable font like that. I tried ages to find if I could find what the exact sort of font was, but I couldn't. So I tried to get with the nearest one I could get. And this, I think, was the last one I made on... No, it wasn't the last one I made. Sorry, I did get a tablet, because I told you I did these little squiggly things. Yes, I remember now. I started on the computer, and then I got a tablet, because it was a lot easier. The tablet had a touchscreen, and was a lot easier. It was more portable than my hunky machine, slow machine here a little bit. So again, with the mezzanine, you have a sort of nice concept sort of background of a kitchen. So most of these backgrounds are concept art as well. Oh, all right then, buddy. Have a lovely, lovely night, and I guess feel free to come back and have a look once it's up, because I guess it'll be in a history for a bit or something. Or feel free to join again if you want it and stuff. I don't know what people want, but it's very much appreciated for you to come along, and I hope you have a lovely night and Christmas if I don't hear from you soon, or holiday, or however you celebrate New Year's and Christmas-ish stuff. Yeah, because I always like, oh yeah, I'm totally fine with saying Christmas, but some people are like, no, you've got to say Happy Holidays to everyone, just in case there isn't. So I don't mean to offend anything. I just sort of trying to be joyful and stuff. So here as well, this was more concept art. Just trying to see where I put things. Because sometimes I can be really good with my layering, sometimes I can't. Oh yeah, there we go. So, wow, I did not put the text with text. Oh, there was something up there, I can't find where it was. But basically this was just a thing and showing some images of more concept art to do with the area. And then that all got filled in. And it's got many different types of paper and stuff that I ripped or got ripped. And as you can see here, there is a little bit of shadowing, which was really thick when I first exported it all. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's really bad. So I had to... So there's like a million of these pictures with an effects layer on it in this program. But, oh gosh, yeah, so I went back and adjusted all the values to when something was right when I exported it, because I didn't know at the time. I thought the preview would look like the export, and it was not. So now I'm a bit more aware and have a few tests when doing that sort of stuff. Yes, definitely. Yes, I'd say so as well. So yeah, have a great holiday time, and Happy New Year and Crimbo and all that sort of stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining. And that's alright, Cosplay Dancer. You're never over Halloween. I know that for a fact. But yes, and again, so this is a fish one, so I think that's actually in the end game as well. I had Cosplay Dancer snapshot every elevator entrance basically for me, so I could make or get similar ones. And a lot of these as well in the concept art, actually, yeah, I could try and show you if I can find it, because a lot of there's a lot of images here, like minus all the floors and everything, and assets and everything. Then I got images and stuff, and all the other things I edited for this game. There's a lot of folders and files. You know, so I was just trying to see if I could. Oh, hang on, that's PDF I had. That works. So these are all the original dials. I won't show you the edited ones. But if you can see the fish, for instance, is that gonna? It's no, close enough. Because it took a bit to sort this out. So as you can see, where is he? There you go. So the fish eye is in the concept art is in a different position, basically, which made me think that some of these were meant for different floors, which was really cool of an idea of game. So originally the fish would have been higher up in the hotel instead of where it is now, and it's like that for a few other things as well. In the end as well, so RIP suites. Oh, can't be. Yeah, so same with the RIP suites. So yeah, try and go up there a little bit as best you can. Oh yeah, so that's what I've made. That's fine. Yeah, I couldn't fix that one because of the lighting and everything was really difficult to do. But yeah, that one's a different one. And some of these backgrounds are really difficult to sort out as well properly. The anchor, I had to make the anchor. The fitness center, I edited that out. Sometimes you can kind of take aspects of one half and then apply to another one and then cut that out and rotate it around and that sort of thing. And that's what I kind of ended up doing for a lot of them. Like this one as well, that was a made sort of one to mimic the original, and then this was also made to mimic the one in game, and that sort of thing. You know, so it was very much like trying to find the right sort of one that matched basically, or because some of them were different as well from the original game. So some of these you will not see, and then trying to sort of trying to match up really as best you can, or to do the best you can. But ideally, they all go from one side up and around to the other. The further you get along in the page. And then I thought, I've had loads of pages of this, of just ticking off stuff and checking, which I thought was really cool. But like a booklet as well, it's good to see what sort of upgrades there were and everything. So from that, I mentioned I had a page of King. I really wanted a page of King Boo as like a big sort of oof thing, and it was really hard to find a decent screenshot of King Boo. I can't remember how I did it in the end, but I got it from a scene somewhere, and kind of got rid of the text box and did a lot of sort of, you know, try and get rid of this, try and get rid of that, so it's a background image, not something with a load of text over it from in-game, because that wouldn't look very cool. But then I added some things saying it's King Boo, watch out, you know, and he went over the sort of thing, which I can't remember what it was said. Let's have a look. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Let me have a look to see where. Here's a sprite, right? Yeah, there we go. So tell me which line it is. Well, I'm trying to remove things, but to be honest, I don't really see what I'm removing. I'm just making it separate pages. King Boo. That's so weird. Okay, I'm sorry everyone. I can't get rid of the pages in a minute to show you what's behind there. As I probably just move it out of the way. No, I want the imagery. Oh, there we go. Why didn't you do that? I breathed you so many times. The game ghost that made all this possible. Oh yes, of course, over here. So another thing as well is with the quotes is, even though I came up with like one or two, I edited a couple, but Cosplay Dancer as well got really into sort of coming up with a load of cool quotes. And I thought for this one, instead of having a quote, he would just say, "Oh, not again," because he's been through one horror hotel. You can go online and, you know, do it all again. It's Luigi's best sort of thing. But yeah, so then here was the aspect with upgrading items I thought of hand. There wasn't like loads of them, so I thought it would be cool if he just, instead of the back cover of the book where it's just a picture of King Boo, he's kind of just stapled or sellotaped a load of imagery and stuff, and he's like, cool, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. And this was the other side of the arts page, I think, or it's very similar. You did have a great time of thinking them. And then from there it went back to the normal hotel aspect. So it just sort of basically said like, oh hey, you know, you can do loads of cool things at our hotel. You know, and they always have like a little please note because it's now being nice again. It's a nice part of the book. And it's talking about like, you know, VIP night guests and stuff. So yeah, I thought it was you know, really nice sort of way to end it. And I thought I'd mention the DLC shop, so I don't have to, you know, as a gift shop. Why not? Thank you. So I don't have to like talk loads about it. It's just saying that it's there. And I thought calling it a gift shop is what sort of all sort of hotels or things have to do. Yes, well exactly, yes. So it's like you have the nice hotel booklet, and then you have the evil hotel booklet, and Luigi's found this evil hotel booklet and basically threw a load of shit on it, you know, saying like, watch out for this, these people are like this, blah blah blah, and all this sort of thing. And then basically tried to patch it into the nice one so that they'll never find him with it, you know, so they'll take it away. This is, you know, I feel like the hotel guests you see had like two versions, one for the guests like Mario and Peach, and then one for like all the evil ghosty guests, you know. Yeah, and then obviously you have guest notes. And then this was just a really nice sort of end note to have, really. Hope you enjoy your stay at the Last Resort Hotel. The last resort you'll ever have. ... need. You see? And if you have a really nice booklet, you'd be like, oh, that's a, you know, I guess it's so good. You know, it's the last one I'll ever need. Yeah, sure. It's really, you know, a bit weird, you know. But then again, it was weird. And then I basically changed the colour of the logo I used earlier and that sort of thing to suit the back. And that's pretty much like that booklet in a nutshell. And the aspect of the front was sort of like Luigi's Mansion 3 is a big game, and you have these sort of like as seen on TV aspects. So this information guide was kind of like one of those sort of like, look, this is our hotel as seen on this, you know, game, blah blah blah. Rather than, you know, trying to go out with a massive sort of Luigi's Mansion 3 information guide or manual type thing, because then the evil version doesn't make sense, because they're not talking about Luigi's Mansion 3, they're talking about their hotel and stuff. So it took a moment to try and figure out how to go about that, but I was really happy with it in the end because it's kind of like a bit corny and has a bit of a story to it in a way. So that was during my premium edition games time, making the manuals for them, and then making this essentially like 1.5 times. But I was really glad that I took the extra time and everything into it because it got the vision that I was after out of it, and it was really good and really big, and I was really happy with it. And I was like, Jesus Christ, it took so long, especially in the floors and everything, having 15 odd floors, or more than 15 floors. I think it was 17 in total, of stuff. I was like, cool, I'm done. I'm not going to do another really big booklet. And then I make 3D World. And this is the biggest booklet to date. And this is what came to knowing how big a book I can get. So this is a really massive... Now, you're not going to see a lot of pages here because a lot of this is off in a different section. Oh, a lot of it's not even... Oh, of course, yeah, because of that thing. So this because this was going to save. So this is like a part way through idea stuff. So some of the imagery is not even the same here. Let's have a look to see where the actual one was. Super Mario 3D World. I don't have the best naming convention either, to be honest. I'm going to have to download. So bear with me 1 second. So occasionally as well, I always get a bit scared that things will get corrupt or something. And when I was making a big manual booklet like this, I'd start making like a second version, really, just so nothing bad happens. Oh, of course. Oh, thank you. I can't open it. Can't show you it. Damn. Alright, we'll just go with preview stuff. We're alright with previews, aren't we? So, this was huge. I think this was like 60 sides or 56 pages in total. This was massive. There we go. Beautiful. I like the change from how to... Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just checking up on... The one thing I get a bit bad on is checking messages occasionally. So I kind of started with a thing from basically Link's Awakening to this one, was trying to have something on the inner covers of imagery or not, and I thought one of the things would be fairies. I thought that'd be really cool. And earlier on, obviously a lot of the Switch ones is, or a lot of the 3D World is to do with stickers. So I had a lot of good imagery representation of stickers, basically, with this game, and a lot of the theme idea, the sort of pattern stuff. So I was like, okay, that's how I'm kind of going to structure this booklet, really. So I worked in the aspect then, really, of coming up with decent sort of polka dotty backgrounds that doesn't intrude too much with the colour, the font, really, with its colour in that, and also making the text readable with the pictures and keeping to the theme of stickers. So one aspect with these is where I started using some artists that I knew, that some of these are the ones that you can screenshot and be able to upscale and sort of go around yourself and everything, and some of these other ones I got people to make sure the controls were proper and everything else as well. So basically, this is part of it, but this throw's different, the bubbles are different, the roll's different, all this aspect is done by different artists. But they try and mimic the same thing, and it's the same with the propeller hats. I got some lovely lovely friends. You know, Goombashood matching with the others, this is a proper one, and that sort of thing as well. And it's all that sort of thing. I don't know if I should have this actually displayed as a digital, really, for people to look afterwards. Don't steal my stuff, please. That's always one thing. Yeah, so sort of getting the colour out in the background and everything. Because if I made the background too much darker, you then wouldn't be able to read the text, and it was a really, really, really challenging aspect for it. And then later came along the aspect of a load of double pages. Yeah, I'll delete the video afterwards. I was like, I really want to show you stuff, but I don't want to put massive text over it saying preview or something like that. Stuff. So I was like, yeah, or try and quickly skim through it. But so these have a lot of double pages, which I got a lot better for. And this is the one where it now was properly layered and doing it in the program with Luigi's Mansion 3. So I was kind of like going up and up, trying to figure out how to do it properly. And I learned with this one, it was really cool doing these sections. And this was also during a time of other bits going on, so I wasn't like in the best sort of processing creative mindset. But I really liked doing these pages in the processing. But when it got to the stars, because there's 378 odd stars or something that you have to do and make that, God, it was very, very, very hard to spend days doing a load of that same stuff. And that's why it took me so long to do this. And it, kind of burnt me out for quite a bit afterwards. I had a break. I had a break sort of during this, and then like a little bit of a break afterwards. I was really glad it was done. It's a really big, beautiful booklet, because there's 2 sections as well. And I had some artists and everything else as well. But it wasn't the best timing at the time in life, with a few other bits going on. Those very long star sections kind of took it out of me, especially when it then came to the size, and I was like, cool, I've done this now, but now I've got all this other stuff to do. Because with 3D World, lovingly, there's Bowser's Fury. So kind of a bit better, but not perfect yet, is this difference in colour, where it's still really quite similar to things. So 3D World has polka dots, and Bowser's Fury actually has like these little pointy shell things going through all their backgrounds. So the darker ones are better, but I'd still say they're not exactly perfect. But it's still like, you can still notice it quite nicely, and a lot better than the booze, so you don't need a flashlight to look at it. But this is where I got an artist to kind of mimic the look of the characters and everything from the game, to recreate like a Bowser and a Mario and Bowser Jr. and everything, because I really wanted to try and match the art style of this one being really quick and squiggly and, in a bit of a rush. And basically that's the way that it is still, with the sort of controls and, there we go, we've got like the player icons and that sort of thing as well. And, the numbers change, it's all that sort of stuff as well, which I find was really nice to do. And these bits here weren't too bad, but I found out with the amount of shines there are, I was like, oh, I need an extra page, what can I do? And then I was like, I could fill it maybe with a map of the area. I thought that would be quite nice with some sort of pinpoints or something to look for in the Giga Bell. That was kind of the best I could do, saying where certain things were. With like a blue sea background, it kind of took up quite a bit to try and figure out and map around the outline of it, and but it was quite nice, kind of sameish looking. Obviously I got this shine in a different place each time to spruce it up a little bit, and the colouring was different to complement the text and the area, and then you have the Lucky Cat shines, and then I thought I was almost done and totally forgot about the amiibo. so the sort of, I was like, oh yes. I was like, oh, I really wanted to have done this, like, yesterday. I was like, okay. So I was like, spent like a whole sort of good half day just making sure that the amiibo bit was added, because I really liked the amiibo that was drawn in, and then it was sort of a notes page, because originally I was like, oh, I have 2 notes pages. I was like, I swear I'm missing something, and I was like, of course I'm missing the amiibos. And then I ended it on a little cowbell that was painted in. So you have on the inner cover, so you have one side that's the 3D world and one side that's the Bowser's Fury. And I thought that was quite a nice little inside thing there. But I mean, it's nothing too crazy about this one. It was, well, I learned that this is the, having 60 sides or this amount of pages is the biggest I can get, really, because the Switch starts bulking a little bit from the actual amount of thickness, basically. But it's a really, it's one of those ones that I'm really proud of in setup, because when you look through it, it's really neat. It's got all the information you want and more. It's something that's really manual and booklety, and it's like a good step after the Luigi's Mansion one, where I was like, oh, I can do a manual and I can do a booklet, but then sometimes, especially on bigger ones, you want to kind of have both, or in some booklets you want to have both. So I didn't show you too much on that on the actual on the thing, but yeah. So that came around, and then it kind of after a break, sort of thing. It's kind of, I was deciding at this point, really, of making this one and the one I'm working on now. But I decided to go with this one because I love Zelda the most, and that is Zelda Skyward. Gosh, I can't get it out. 2 Link's Awakening. Whoop, please don't drop. Whereas this is a remake from the older one. Oh yeah. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's a really good Zelda. A really good Zelda. So I'll show you a little sneaky bit as well when I can get out. So Skyward Sword, basically, I wanted to recreate the manual, which is more of the American side manual, I think, the golden one, which I've known the most, even though we have a different manual over here, anyway, on the cover. Basically, so I wanted to recreate that in its style and looks, but have it just updated looking. So what let me try it and see if I can get the inspiration up. Because Skyward Sword's down at the bottom. This one? Sorry, like I said, sometimes it's going to take a moment to download, because basically I do most of these now on the tablet sort of thing. They're kind of saved there, but between my PCs, my sort of data's synced up. Yeah, this is one. Oh, hello. So, if I go back to the show, there we go. Ta-da! So, this is the. Oh no, wait, that's the premium edition guide. But that's not it at all. Ah, there we go. It's just the Wii guys. Sorry, downloaded the wrong one. I was like, why is Link there? That's the premium edition guide, which I used to try and get some information from, and how this is structured and set up as well. So stuff like one thing I didn't add in the manual one was the maps and stuff, which this one has. I thought it would be quite nice if I could have, but I was looking at sort of the borders a bit, see how it does this sort of numbering, so I can try and replicate it. So this is the original, yeah. So this is the original Wii manual, and as you can see there, it's got, oh yeah, it's got links. Oh yeah, I just didn't have room, to be honest, because mine's really small. So I've mimicked sort of the front, and missing out these pages because they're not that important. You'll then find that sort of the contents is different, just to let you know. That is one thing that's different. But you'll find that aspects of that kind of come over. So I've got the title screen aspect, and the select a quest log, and the about saving page, but I'm missing the caution wrist strap and the system menu update, because that was for the Wii, really. It's not for the Switch too much. And people, it asked to update anyway. People kind of know about that. So I kind of got one page and I split it into two, technically, with a bit of sort of moving a few things around. One aspect that you didn't know about this, though, so I was able to find the font for this, really luckily. And it's a really sort of interesting font. It was really hard to understand how it works, and basically in the end I learnt that some characters are uppercase permanently, some aren't, and some can be a bit both. And if you don't strap your Joy-Con, then you deserve broken TVs and broken light switches. I mean, most people probably just play with a Pro controller at that point. But yeah, so I've tried to find a few fonts. Now the About Savings, for instance, I couldn't find the exact font, so I tried to find a similar font and do the best I can. But for the title screen aspects up here, yeah, you can see my mouse. That's good. It was like really good, really sort of close stuff. So then I went through as much as I could in this alpha, in this thing, to try and find basically the alphabet version of it, so I could see what was. Oh yeah, that's moved over there because I tried to. Don't know why. I think I just did that accidentally, to be honest.
Yo, she fucking took off her bra.
Yeah, so I basically learned that basically an L is always a capital as well as other things, and I made a list. So every time I wrote, it would look correct. But the aspect of that as well is spell checker would say everything was bloody wrong all the time. Oh, thank you for the follow as well, Lost Soul. It's very, very kind of you. So yes, so in this aspect then as well, so we have the controls for the shield aspect, and I thought it would be really cool instead of having the white controls in the other ones. If there's like sort of custom sort of controls and all that, it would be nice to have it. And I got one of my artists who helped me on the 3D World to make some controls for me. So he was really good and came through, and I kind of tweaked around a little bit and scanned everything to come up with the Skyward Sword controls, Joy-Cons this time around, and used them for the visuals, which I was really happy about. I thought it makes it look so much more together and complete for this game and for the update for the keep, because apart from the gold controllers really on the Wii, I thought you kind of had to, really. If you could, why wouldn't you have that included in this one? So there are a few differences between these ones. I've tried to do the best I can though. For the most part, the controls kind of look as best as I can with the sizing, and the contents pages and the information is pretty much the same. So you'll see here at the bottom as well, most of it's the same. But for instance, like the shield bash here, I've used HD imagery of Link with the shield up, rather than a low-res screen image, because I thought that would. It helps me with the text, doesn't take up too much space, and kind of sort of still conveys the same point with the little hand thrusting the Joy-Con forward. So the information still there. It's kind of just moved around a little bit, and it's the. Yeah, so it's slightly a bit of the same here. Let's have a look. So, for instance, on does it have it there? Oh, I'm just trying to see where it was. I think it was an extra something then. Oh no, it talks about a pouch somewhere, I think, or I thought it did somewhere. Because there's one aspect that I moved to the other side of the controls, basically for the pouch items. But ideally, I got most of the Wii Remote aspects, and then the sword controls and the flying Loftwing I actually put them on a separate page there because there was more room to make it more visual. And oh, I'm sorry, cosplay dancer. I didn't know I was doing that thing. I'm not getting any dropped frames according to Streamlabs. Maybe refresh. I have no idea. But I do love you, and if you do go, it's been a pleasure having you around. So thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad it's alright you're in then, Jamie. Thank you very much. So yeah, so, you know, some of the bigger Wii, you know, massive pages I selected down. And then I added extra aspects. So I added the collecting sort of thing because I thought it would be, I think, I can't remember if I mentioned it. By the way, I did it in like multiple languages as well, which this one didn't do because it was a really thick book. Yeah, I added about collecting and upgrading because that was really good information for me to know, and I thought if I have time and space then I will add that into the manual. As well as then, oh yeah, I got the game screens, there we go. The main screen and the flight screen. The reason why the collecting and everything was added, just to let you know in that section, is because it swaps from basically in the original it kind of goes forward and back a little bit. So you have sky, then you have this background, and then you have sky again. When it goes to this background, I kept it there until it goes back to the sky with everything. So, because this was more wingy and charactery stuff, I had the collecting in that section basically. And I'm really sorry, Cosplay Dancer, your internet is awful sometimes, but I love you and I will talk to you later. And we will probably play that second Extinction. But yeah, I mean, pretty much apart from anything else, you have the main screen and the flight screen there. And then I added a map screen option so people can understand the map a bit more and what is there. Because I thought if you're going to have those two screens, you might as well have a map screen. And then information-wise, clues to your quest, I kind of only included the talk with everyone and the fees advice because when you're completely stuck, I just didn't feel like adding it in, really, to put it bluntly. And to be honest, I was kind of thinking, like, do I have enough room for it as well? Like, out of all the ones that have to go, which ones are the better ones? And the top two won. But that was the end of that sort of remake aspect. And then to be nice, because I thought every time you have to have one, and it was in the back of Link's Awakening, I'd add the character aspects using their nice lovely concept art, so you could see them fully. And I thought I'd add like the main characters at least, which was some of the good guys, and then you have Fee and Girahim, and then ending it off with trying to make the word amiibo look readable and good. Was a nice amiibo section basically, just in case you have the amiibo, like with 3D World, sort of explaining that, how you can use it and what it can do. And then of course, as every manual has, you have a notes page, which again the original one doesn't, and I don't know why. And then it ends on a nice little picture of Fee. So if you have, I was really struggling for ages. I was trying to find Zelda on a Loftwing. I tried to see if my artist friend, which, you know, for a reasonable budget, could mimic Zelda on a Loftwing, like in this style and everything. And it was either going to be really expensive, because you would need like 12 hours doing it to make it look gorgeous and everything like this. And I was like, ooh, that's a bit pricey for me, I'm afraid. But luckily, you know, I was able to sort things out with Fee instead. And I thought that would suit really well, and it works nicely with the curve of the background anyway, so that when you have them side by side, there we go, it makes a whole nice sort of picture of Link and Fee flying through the sky, you know. And I thought that was really nice. You know, Fee is a lot nicer. You know, it was going to try and be Zelda sort of thing, but I thought, you know, that still really goes really well, and it was, you know, a lot better. And another thing as well is a different picture of Fee. The only other image of Fee is like this T position type one, and I really didn't like having that right close to the end as well, let alone also being the sort of same image. Really, I don't like using the same image all the time. I kind of only want to try and use it once and then sort of not use it again, because if you're using the same image over and over again in the book, people kind of notice. I feel like, you know, if I notice, I mean, I know I notice because I make it, but you know, especially someone like with Fee, and then they're like, oh, it's that image again. Well, that's a bit crap. And that's how I feel like they go about it a little bit. So yeah, so it was really good to find a different one, and it worked so well. But yeah, there weren't many other positions really, and it's just a shame there wasn't a Zelda on a Loftwing like that, really. But to be honest, I'm really happy with the Fee version. So then, really, it came over to Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread, which is the latest one. Well, they put Fee in Breath of the Wild too. They've already hinted at Fee anyway, because she talks to Zelda from the sword. Zelda is the only one that can somehow hear her, and Link can't, which is, you know, a bit weird, seeing as in the original she only spoke to Link really, and not really anyone else. She knew of Zelda though, because of the Hylian goddess type person. Yes, exactly. She is technically in it. And obviously it's very much in the sky aspect, Breath of the Wild 2, so it is stemming sort of more conclusions that way. I mean, I could talk for ages of that. I really want, like, if they're going with the dark path, I really want, like, Twin Rover to come back as, like, really evil sort of groggy old witches, like, looking after Ganondorf while he's regenerating, and then, like, try and beat the crap out of Link or something like that, you know, but, like, in a really evil, creepy way. Yes, it did. Yeah, it does do that. It's also a different Shing from the beta version. If you look at the beta footage, the Master Sword Shing is a different, the Sword Shing is different than. Sorry, let me rephrase. There is an item of the Master Sword in its ruined condition, but its sound effects is from a beta element of the sheathing and unsheathing, which makes it its own unique one, because they're not used anymore. But it's really interesting, and it only does 1 damage. I mean, yeah, Fee was less annoying in Skyward Sword. But in the Skyward Sword HD one, but she's still pretty annoying. You know, she's not saying, look, you can walk here, after just looking and walking there, or, you know, oh, you've hit a vine, that means you can climb things now, or something. And it's just like, God, yeah, I know, right? And I'm really glad, especially with Skyward Sword, is every time you pick up a new item, it doesn't go, wow, you've picked this up for like the 100th time. Because that's kind of what ruined Skyward Sword for me. That and the faces on the models kind of freaked me out a little bit, to be honest. I didn't really like the character models. I was younger and it kind of creeped me out a little bit, and it still does a little bit now. But the story was really good. The dungeon was really good. And yeah, and flying around in between kind of was a bit lame. You know, I loved the aspect of flying around, just couldn't do anything. And one aspect of what I loved about Twilight is I could attack things on my horse, and then I could get off and then do other things, and then get back on my horse and attack things. Which is why I also love Breath of the Wild. You have a lot of freedom in that sort of movement from A to B. But in Skyward Sword, it pretty much was you're on a bird and you can just fly. You know, it's the weirdest flight simulator. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, it was a one-time thing, and it was like, cool, you got this one. You know, this is what this item is about, and then that's it forevermore. And I like systems like that. You know, it's good to know about it, and you can check on it later. yeah, but I was thinking as well, I was like maybe restreaming Breath of the Wild or something before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, or something. Give myself a bit of a break from just doing manuals all the time and actually become a bit of a gamer again. Because I still haven't completed Metroid Dread, which is everything about this one. Because this is the latest one, and so I'll tell you now before I go into it a little bit. The next one coming out is going to be pretty much Pokemon Snap. That's the one I've been working on or hit and missing since its release. But then Skyward Sword took over, and then Metroid Dread came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, you need to do Metroid Dread. We'd love a manual for it." So I kind of was like, "Oh, okay." And I went up on and just put sort of Snap on hold and went on Dread. Let's see. Sorry, still need to finally beat Breath of the Wild. Oh, dude, you have to beat Breath of the Wild. Definitely. You don't have to collect all 900 Korok seeds. Trust me, you really don't. It's not worth it. Yes, sorry. I mean, Jaden, I do have a few more now, and I did put it on sale before I went on holiday. But it's Christmas, and I'm going to be really busy, so postage is going to be really slow. So apologies, but there will be about like 20 available on the 3rd or 4th of January when the shop comes out of holiday. I might even do it like a little bit earlier if you really want, and then I'll start making more after that. I'm so sorry. I was really not expecting such a big hit from that. It was so lovely because I sent him to Metal Jesus Rocks because I just love everything he does, and it's kind of surprised me actually because last year Spawn Wave did a really cool video and I didn't even know anything about it, so it really took me by surprise, and it was so amazing and so lovely. In fact, I was gonna sort of try and do a bit of a face reveal, but that's right. But yeah, it was so amazing and so lovely that they did that, and I had help from Cosplay Dancer as well. He helped me with the postage site and everything to get all the orders out, basically, because I didn't really have limited stock. I just kept it going and then getting more printed and binding it all, everything like that. And so I sent some to Metal Jesus Rocks, thinking that I would get there in New Year because of COVID delays and everything. But then he got them quite early, earlier than I thought. And he was like, "Oh, I'm just going to do like a little social post of these. You know, it's really nice you do that and everything." On some emails, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's fine if you want to do that. It's cool." I was like, "If you want to do a video, that would be lovely, you know." But he was a bit like, he's not 100% sure on unofficial things and stuff like that, but he was like, social stuff would be alright. I was like, it's entirely fine, I mean, if you want to pressure him a little bit to do a video, I wouldn't say no, but but no, it was really nice. I was like, yeah, sure, so that'll be lovely, and I have like had like about sort of 100 or so on hand, really, of sort of each one, because I was like, it's getting near to Christmas type thing. I'm going to be doing some more. And I don't have the best space here at the minute. I'm going to be, hopefully, in the new year, finding a place with my lovely, lovely lady. And then I can have a whole office just full of booklets. But then his post pretty much exploded, and everyone bought them. And then I was like, oh, damn, I need to get some made right now. And I was like, I'm so sorry. And it was the first time where I was like, I kind of saw it coming a little bit, but I was not prepared, and it was so lovely of everyone. But then I felt so bad that everyone's like there, and they're like, "Oh, I want one, but you're sold out," or "Where are they?" and stuff. And I was like, "I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to give me a minute." Because I also didn't want to oversell. If I couldn't get them made in a couple of weeks, or if printing was wrong, because printing can take up to about like a week or more, with postage and checking and everything as well to make sure it's come right. And if there was something wrong with the print, and then your booklet's got to be out in 2 weeks, so I can kind of keep it good on Etsy or their Star Seller stuff that they do now, because I'm trying to do better with that so I can keep that going. Then I was like, I can't promise that they're going to be done in 2 weeks if something goes wrong. They have to be in hand now. So yeah, but I am working on something as well that hopefully for people in America and Canada especially, it's a little bit easier because that's where a lot of you guys are really. I think, or seem to. Well, to be honest, there's everyone around the world, but most of the people that want them are in America and Canada, apart from UK here. So I'm kind of trying to sort of make it a bit easy, especially on the postage timing and stuff. It takes so long to get over there. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, dude. Yeah. I love a bit of localness. So, because I'm from the UK here, and some people find that quite surprising. And then, yeah, there tended to be my carrier pigeon. Oh yeah. I mean, I got a budgie. I used to have a budgie. I mean, would that have worked? Is that all right? But yeah. But just to go over the last manual then before we chatteroo, the last one is Metroid Dread, and this one is really challenging, really. So a couple of aspects about it, because this one's a bit... There we go. So, 35th anniversary wise, because, like the Skyward Sword, I made a 35th anniversary thing, because I wanted to mimic the 25th anniversary of the Shield, but have it as the 35th anniversary, and to be honest, some of the other ones online were a bit weird, so I kind of worked on my own. It kind of took a real weird while to get the 3 to look right, to be honest, from the 35th. But then I made it in line with the manual, so again, it was another 35th anniversary one. And then this one was 35th anniversary. I didn't exactly know what to do for Metroid because there was no official art for a 35th anniversary or any other anniversary, I think, at the time when I was looking. But I thought I'd make it subtly in there. So at the back it does say 35 in the minute. But I might, on another revision in the future, I might make that a little bit more, what's the word? Like saying anniversary at the bottom or something like that. And I'm going to do a few colour changes as well, actually. So they'll be ready for the end of January, just to make things pop a little bit more. Things. So if you want to wait for a Metroid Mania, probably wait to the end of January, and then just put in the note, it's Jaden. Give me the 1.3 or 1.2, sorry. But yeah, so here it was. Nice lovely concept art. I thought that's fine. And at the back it's a different type of concept art, and I just made it red. There was some really oh, thank you very much. Well, yeah, because in the first few times there's always a few extra bits that come out or can be better improved. So it's always nice to, if you want like the ultimate version. That's why, for instance, I think there's a couple on like 1.0, but some of them are on 1.1 on what to do. There's nothing wrong with those other versions because they're good in themselves and stuff. But there's either something being like a little, little grammatical error, unfortunately, or something else. So I think nothing. If it was like massively breaking, then I wouldn't sell them at all. And I'll show you one actually, because I got 200 of them. Actually, I won't show you because it's actually no, I will. Go on. Wow. Oh wait, can I show you this? Oh no, that is it. Okay. Oh, jeez. So, this is where the layer, when I was talking about layer situations or effects and stuff, and why now it takes probably a bit longer doing print runs. So this stems a lot as well from Skyward Sword, and this is why, like, you kind of, I wouldn't sell like a really bad batch to someone, especially in bad in printing and everything. Even though I got like a load of them made, a load of them printed to be then made. So for instance, this one is the title for Skyward Sword, and there happens to be an issue with layering, and so now we have an extra process of flattening and checking everything, because this title section here, it's all exactly the same. If it would ever focus, that would be lovely, but you know, it won't. There we go. And it's all grey and everything, but the original looks like this, which is really crap. And it was an error that was really weird because on the file and when it was made and everything, it all looks exactly the same. But then when it got printed, the instruction manual section just looks completely off. So, you know, so it was a choice of sort of, you know, I mean, that looks terrible. Oh, hang on. I'm liking your orchestral game music in the background. Oh, thank you very much. Well, I mean, I have to say my favourite is Zelda. Zelda's like one of my favourite series. I've got a Zelda sort of, what's it? It's a Christmas jumper. Zelda Christmas jumper. You know, it's been my favourite series since I was a little kid. And apart from that, I really like sort of stuff like the Mario Galaxy sort of music. That was really good. You know, some other parts of the Mario game's good. Kirby has some really good stuff as well in there, especially like sort of the fountains dream thing or whatever. I like some Fire Emblem as well, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, some of the Fire Emblem music's quite good. But yeah, but so I mean that's with the different revisions. But I'll never send him a bad batch, by the way. I can promise you that. Or some, you know, something that, because you got to think, you know, you pay money for this. I want you to enjoy having it. But I will say there will be a version 1.2 of the Metroid manual. But because this manual, I thought having the story aspect with a different picture for this, getting it from the Nintendo website, not copy and pasting, but the information from it to look better. I know it's good. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem. Yeah, 3. Everyone's been asking for like 3 houses as well. Fire Emblem Awaken's good. Yeah. I've played a bit of it. I haven't played loads of it because it's quite a full on. Some of these games are quite like fun. Like Xenoblade Chronicles, like or some of the Pokemon games. Some of them quite grindy. And when you're trying to like, you know, you can't spend like loads and I mean, some people can, but. Oh, yeah, I've got like normal work and stuff, and it's like I love making money, I love doing these, but like a lot of it's. I'm glad there is the internet sometimes, so I can sort of fill in the gaps where I'm. Yeah, I know. I will do a Xenoblade Chronicles 1 or 2 or whatever it is on the Switch remastered type thing. It'll get like I'll show you in a minute. There's a big long list that I work through and everything. It's like Octopath Traveler as well. I was really happy with these character things because all I have for this really for Metroid is concept art and some information. So I tried to use that to the best of my ability from the old SNES manual for Metroid, where it has like the Metroid going down the side, and it has like these sort of. It had like a header, the same sort of header, but I thought to keep in Dread's. There's the amiibo section there. To keep in Dread's sort of menu system with these holographic edging, I thought I'd do the sort of same at the top and then just colour code it a little bit. And again, I thought, you know, because I wanted this is a 20-page one. I thought like some others, there's not like a load of information I can give for Metroid Dread too much in that graph, but then I could give the unlockable stuff. So it's kind of a mixture of both, really, but in like a sort of smaller form factor. And it's, you know, trying to keep it spoiler friendly. There's like some classified sections in there for a bit of fun, so it doesn't like spoil like later games or anything. You know, there was one in version 1.0 in the Beam section where I added a box for some temporary upgrades. To say that, you know, you've got to that stage or you've unlocked them kind of thing, even though they're temporary a few times. But people are like, don't do that. Also, it's kind of a spoiler when, you know, because you'll get to use them and blah blah if you know the other story type thing. So I was like, okay, I'll remove it. So I have removed them for 1.1, as well as other things. And that is sort of Metroid manual. And the 35th there is for the anniversary, not the page number, because there's only 20 pages, really. And yeah, it's not too bad. It was just interesting because I like having more imagery to work off or to create. So, for instance, I had to sort out the little Federation logos and do all that sort of aspect. But it was really interesting trying to figure out, instead of just having a black background, of having different versions of Samus for what I wanted. There luckily kind of was enough like sort of big 3D renders of the new Samus for the game to kind of have like, this is the Morph Ball stuff, this is the suit upgrade page, and whatnot, without, because I was really annoyed or worried I was going to be using one of the images twice. But luckily, I did not. So thank goodness for that, really. It was just enough, because I really would have found that annoying. And the other thing that I really like is there was another version of this originally from the concept one that I shared, where there was like about 9 droids on the back and then 9 droids on the front and then a couple on the back. Because I didn't know what to put on the back. Finding a back cover for this was really, really hard to figure out. And there was only 7 EMMIs in the game. And I was like, oh, what do I do? 10th anniversary logo, you could use that style but with Samus's helmet. Yeah, I'll have a look, because I'm going to be doing 1.2, so because there's a bit of black space down at the bottom, so I'll look to having something like underneath it saying anniversary, or coming up with a picture of the helmet saying 35th. Yeah. Yo, Lightwing. Okay. I'll give that a go. Yeah. I can see that working. Thank you, Jaden. Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah, thank you. Yes, this is like a behind-the-scenes sort of like little talk through all the manuals so far. So, welcome. Yeah, so that was Metroid Dread. And basically it was the last few days, really, before... Because I had a different background. I had the similar sort of thing that I created, but they had EMMIs there, so there was more than 7. And it turned out that I got the collector's edition sent through, because I was playing from... Because I had to wait for the collector's edition, I was playing on the just one you bought in the store. And in the still case, or the still book, has a front and a back of this image. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what I need. That's what I've been after for the back cover. I make it look similar to the steelbook. So basically I took a photo of the steelbook and I traced round and then changed it a little bit the background, the back cover of the steelbook for the back cover of the book. So then I removed the EMMIs or some extras, so that then there were 7 at the front, which is different from the other front of the steelbook and everything, and then a very similar sort of background, mirrored in a way, on the back end. So then it all merges and looks properly. And then I made the red sky a bit more, because the red sky also needed a bit of an update. I say a spruce. It was very sort of dark. On a test print, you couldn't really see the black lines too well overlapping the EMMIs and stuff. So I moved the starry night sky basically down to line it up, but then there was stuff missing from the top. So then I got a different star system, a red sky star system type thing, and then overlapped it and that sort of thing at the top to kind of blend it all together, and it looks amazing. It looks really, really good, and it brings out the edging, the black edging. Otherwise, it was kind of too dark, and it kind of blended through. Because in the original manual, they're kind of a lot more higher up, whereas in this one, the EMMIs are sitting a lot lower it where the picture is. So I brought the sort of more original looking background down to bring them out. You know, and it's something that you don't really see or realize when you look at it on a file, because you're like, oh yeah, I can see the difference of that color, it's all fine. But when you print it, it always gets like a little bit darker or a little bit more blended in. So, you know, but it looks a lot better, especially when you can see it in light and you've got the nice little eyes shining at you. Took a long while to trace them and to sort of try and mix and match them and everything like that. I can't really show you on the camera that well, but there's... is it going to focus? We will never find out. No, no, yes, no. No, never mind. Alright then, don't worry about it. Okay, well, there we are. Oh, no, yeah. I know, I've played a bit of it to get the ideas and to get the manual stuff and everything going around. But then, because I've been making the manual, and obviously it's in Christmas, and lovingly I've been doing people's orders and everything because they've been excited to have it and stuff, I have not had any time to finish it at all. You know, but like, I mean, that's a thing I don't mind, because it's really nice of people, you know, liking my sort of manuals and wanting, you know, me to post them and that sort of thing. So it's, yeah, it's really magical and that sort of thing. But I've only got 2 hands. If I had 4, I could play games and do postage at the same time. But I can't use my feet. I'm not that clever. So that is the end of that little thing at the minute. I'm just wondering if I can start, if we can, you know, we can start talking about some other things, what's coming on, and yeah. So, yeah, that'll do. So let's go and talk then about the next one, which, I mean, I think I've said it before, but do we want a drum roll? Oh, hello. Wow, what's this? Had a message for reason. Oh, auto mod. No, yeah, I'll allow it. Let's see. Tune. Oh yeah. Really excited for the game though, so I want a big chunk of time. Yeah, it's dedicated. Whole week. Yeah. I only said chunk of time, not chink of time. Apparently that's something to do with race and stuff now. Chink. I don't know. It was like a little chink of armor or a little nugget type thing. Anyway. So, the next one. Are you ready for the front cover type thing in a minute? It's this. Ta-da! I mean, that was a pretty bad drum roll. So this is like a work of concept. But basically, it's... this is like sort of testing sort of line type thing. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I did not know it's a racial slur for Chinese people. That's how like out of tune I am with words and stuff. Oh. The more you know. Oh, we had that sort of sound effect. The more you know. But yes, so this is Pokemon Snap, and it's going to be the Pokemon Snap guide, basically, and so the idea behind this one is going to be a bit bigger, I think, because of all the Pokemon, but it's going to be sort of like the Metroid, so that or the 3D World or something, where it's going to be a bit of manual and a bit of progression-y stuff. So you have the controls and stuff about the characters and the sort of illumination-y sort of balls and apples and stuff. And then there's going to be like a Pokemon region picture photograph sort of tick-off list thing. And I'm just trying to understand 100% of what they'll be. To be honest, like how they're going to be structured and set up. Because there's like a lot of them. I think it's like 214 Pokemon you can take pictures of in this game. I think that's without the DLC. That was free and came through. So it's going to have like just I'm thinking it's going to have like its own like little pitch thing saying this is Pikachu, you know, tick box, have you got him type thing. So that was yeah. So you laugh at that. That was the original idea because I'm going to have a section about the printing of your own Pokemon stuff. And the original idea was that I was going to have a separate or a hard book cover with each Pokemon having a page. And you would put your picture that you print off, and then you'll be able to stick it into a section of your page. So it'd be your Pokemon pictures in a Pokemon picture book. And I was going to call it the Pokesnap picture book. But the thing is, because there's 214 of them, at least on the initial release, there would have to be 214 pages then minimum. And then also sort of getting that printed as a hard book is really expensive. Especially like the amount of sort of like I'd only be doing like about probably 30 or 50 books of that or something like that. And unfortunately, it just really wasn't cost effective. It's like £30 a book in small quantities of that size, and I was like, I would only sell these at like, you know, maybe 20 quid a book. Like I don't have the quantity to go with the dream there. But maybe in the future it might be quite fun. You know, they might do a few more free updates. I might be in a better position where I can spend some time doing that or finding out something for that. But it was a really cool idea of mine. I thought, well, it was a really nice idea. I thought, sorry, not really cool, but it was really nice. I thought to do, because again, it would be like the Animal Crossing sort of, you know, player pass sort of passport, fill in your own stuff and put your own picture in aspect. But with all like the little Pokemon that you collect and stuff. But yeah, it does cost a bit more money than I thought. So I won't be able to do that really, especially at the moment. And people said talking about Kickstarters and that sort of thing for it, but I wouldn't want to do it Kickstarter ever really. I don't, you know, Kickstarter's okay, but it's just sort of one of the things that, like, you know, I feel like to do all the work up front and then let people have it, or if they want it type thing. Having sort of people go like, oh, we want all this, and now I'm forced to do it in a timescale or something like that, probably would stress me out a bit more. Or you know, if I couldn't do it for whatever reason, you know, probably then Nintendo could be like, oh no, this is too close to whatever, or we're going to do something similar or something. The only reason, like, you know, the reason why I do these and everything is I'm taking the public information and imagery that I can get and I'm transforming it into a physical media, you see, which has no competitor or no official equivalent, and I think that is one of the reasons why I haven't been caught out, especially with the way the law works, hopefully over here. So, you know, I'm not taking anything away from Nintendo, I'm not discriminating in all the imagery I get, and I search from millions of places all over in public domains and stuff. So it's like having, you know, a website, you know, like the Nintendo Life or Everything Nintendo and that sort of thing, where they have similar imagery and, you know, they don't sell it, but they have ads and stuff on it, which creates an income. But they're all publicly accessed imagery, so they don't get caught, and it's all public information that they share. So this is just something different, but it's in a physical asset. You know, I mean, if Nintendo had their own thing, then I wouldn't do it, really. Yeah, so the Amiibo manual thing, the unofficial Amiibo book, I think that's done by Philip, if I remember. He's a really cool guy. But I think with the unofficial Amiibo thing is I think there's too many sort of, I mean, there might be I know there's not another book exactly like it, but I think there's something like closer-ish or something like that, or I don't know, something with the way it was done maybe, that I don't know. I don't exactly know what it is, because if you did custom pictures and everything instead, I think he probably would have got away with it quite nicely as well, to be honest. But yeah, it's always a really sort of grey area. yeah, so it's also the aspect of you don't want to take anything away. Like if I had the new Pokemon Snap here and I took out the TM, that would be a big no-no. You know, every oh, you're going to see. Oh, I haven't put the contents on. Okay, but at the end of all my booklets as well, I by the way, this is not like a final thing. This was done ages ago. It's just placeholder stuff. And these mountains, hell to make. Actually, this whole background was a bit of hell to make all around. But I always do the contents page last, just to let you know, because I don't know where everything's going to be until it's done. But yeah, at the end of the contents pages, like I said, I always put like an unofficial disclaimer and everything, and try to as much as I can in the description and stuff, because, you know, when you do stuff like this, you know, you hope if anyone sees it, it makes it pretty much obvious that this is not an official thing, and it's not meant to be. You know, so when you have stuff like Nintendo's name in there or other bits, you know, you got to try and put like the TM, or, you know, keep that there, or try and say it's copyrighted by them and their material and all that sort of thing, and hopefully it all goes quite smoothly, you know. And also they look at it and go, gosh, that looks good. Oh yeah, if we were to do that, it would kind of be like what we would do, which is always the aim of these manuals. I know some people have done different manuals and that now, which I found was really, really sweet. I thought, oh, I've kind of started a cool trend, and it's really nice. But I was a little bit upset in some regard, because I had people. This was when I was making the Breath of the Wild and the Animal Crossing, especially. I was working on Link's Awakening a lot. I had people ask me, like, you know, how I made them and all that sort of thing. I kind of shared a bit too much info, and that's why I don't really share too much info now. Exactly, because I kind of shared a bit too much info, and then they started making them themselves without going through the process, and it kind of upset me a little bit. You know, I was like really touched and was it honoured that people would do this, and it was a really nice thing type thing. But I was like, go through the process yourself. You know, don't cheat and try and skip to the end. And yeah, I was a bit too nice, too naive. You know. But some of them, you know, have lasted a bit. Some of them haven't. Some just do their own thing. Exactly, you know, and that's the other thing. People are like, oh, share your files, download it, blah, 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 and all this sort of thing. And I'm like, no. You know, the thing is as well, like, people think I'll start sharing them when, you know, if I get taken down or something like that. And I'm like, no, really? I think I'll keep them, you know. I won't give them out for free. You know, so that people that have my manuals and everything like that is then a rarity, because they will only be that, you know. And even though there may be some revisions and everything, if you have a 1.0, it will forever be rarer than a 1.1 or 1.2, because I don't really reprint older revisions if I do make a new one. Oh yeah, don't worry. I mean, they'll hopefully be always available if I can. And that's the thing. I spend a lot of time playing the game and checking out its UI and its art style and everything. Like, it's a good session on that, and noting down what looks good, what goes next to the game. You know, as a style of the game, in the case type thing. So some make more sense than others, really. You know, kind of just what sort of fits nice. And yeah, it's, you know, that's, I know some people do like different looks and styles, but I'm like, I've always been sort of like, you know, if there was one, it would hopefully look like this or close. You know, the only different one, really, like the really different one, is the Animal Crossing player pass. That's the only one that's really different, probably, start to the game, but it's got the cutesy aesthetic. And then the one after that, I'd say Super Mario Odyssey could look a little bit different, and Breath of the Wild probably would have like a different sort of book styled cover from the Breath of the Wild game. One extra little thing as well, probably while I'm here. Let's see if I got it. So the other book that I was working on, with Skyward Sword, but I haven't finished yet. I'm going to take some time to do. Well, I wonder if I can actually I don't know. I'll try and sort of show you some imagery, actually, to be honest, before before I yeah. So there we go. So I thought I got all the characters. Oh, I might have not downloaded. Okay, so let's just get up this guy. There he is. So this is to do with Skyward Sword, because I thought for Skyward Sword it would be really cool, as well as having the manual in the booklet style. Maybe have it as a separate booklet for those that just don't want a manual and they want more of the booklet side. So this was going to be the Booklet Bazaar, which is basically all the game upgrades and crafting stuff that you do in the bazaar from from the sort of was it 5 people? Because you got the happy guy, and you got the woman, and you got the Patricia lady. And I was going to kind of describe each one of them a little bit and have like a bazaar styled book look, and it sort of just tells you basically what the upgrades are and all that sort of stuff, so that when you go out on your quest you can kind of just, oh, I'm going to need these to then get this item, instead of going back and forth basically all the time, or having it kind of noted. So that was that book, and it was going to be like a sort of relatively small sort of book as well. It's just something I haven't got round to completing yet, really, on the information, because basically since after Dread I haven't had much time to continue doing booklet stuff. Not just because of poster stuff, but also because of work and things. Because I like to spend an even amount of time, really, sort of doing some work or doing some postage and whatnot for people. So the other, let's go on the net. So the other thing is, this is my side of a booklet list. Oh, no, that's the one. There we go. So some of you might know, if you go on my profile a bit. So if you go to my link tree, it's got all the information you need. So it's got the Discord, which is the Discord. And then also got the Twitch, which you're on now. Instagram, because apparently Instagram. Switch Manuals, which is a subreddit I started recently. I'm really not brilliant at subreddits, but it's just something I thought like I can share some updates or behind the scenes stuff a bit easier. It'd also be really nice for people to post their manuals, if they ever make any, or manuals that they have of mine or whatever, that all sorts of stuff. Big community of Switch Manuals. And then I made another one called Modern Manuals, which is basically the same but for other consoles. Because I would love to do some of the other consoles, but I am one man, so it's a bit harder. But to go back to this, so this is the public version, and this is my version. So there's slight differences between them. So they're all pretty much the same, apart from one which is setup and stuff, because I have linkage between these lists. So when one moves over, it happens in the public one, so I don't have to like copy and paste it type thing. I do a bit of coding-y stuff and everything like that, and I learnt how Butler works on this sort of thing. But it also allows me to, when they're linked, for instance, have these just show normal information and the attachment, whereas for Zelda Breath of the Wild, there we go, I had pages or checklists and everything that I decided to do. So, you won't see that publicly, because then it'll be a spoiler of what's in it, but you'll be able to see with the labels where its progression is and stuff. And it's the same with comments too. So, oh yeah, there we go. So when it moves over as well, see it gets linked, and then there we go. It's come over there, and it's been updated. You see, so it happens automatically. I was hoping I could sort of showcase that a little bit. So yes, so here's a few other things. So Cadence of Hyrule was one I've kind of started and taken a pause. Same with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Because they're quite sort of... Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is meant to be sort of an aspect of... I wonder how many I've added in here. I haven't taken many off, but it's the stat stuff. You know, the battle modes, 2-player, and the controls, and that. I haven't got a controls page in there at the minute. Aspects and Cadence of Hyrule. That's just a default at the minute until I add more. Because there's a big drive, there we go, of resources and what's the word, document to talk about it, but it's just trying to figure out how to put it easy in booklet format. But the same with Octopath Traveler and Origami King. There's ideas set up for it. It's just finding the time to do it in a timely manner. And starting from next year, Cosplay Dance maybe. Oh yeah. That's the thing. When you got Steelcade and everything, you can have 2. I never expect people to have 2. I just sort of thought some people would like just the original sort of manual style, and some people would be like, oh no, I just want, you know, useful crap. So yeah, but I never imagined people would have 2, but that would be really cool, yeah. And I hope you like it as well, because I got one of my artist friends to do all the bizarre characters redrawn, you know, for it, and then I've gone in game and in a model viewer to take pictures of all the backgrounds of their areas in sort of layers, so that I can kind of recreate the look of their bazaar shop in 2D, and then sort of say, yeah. So it's gonna be kind of like an interesting looking book that's different from, you know, the normal manual, but it's a bizarre book, so that's the whole point of it. Really. Again, these haven't added sections to it because half the time I actually just sort of come up with it when I'm making the manual, and then when I'm moving this to PDF or going through some stuff, I then add it through. So it takes a moment to update. But these are all the suggestions from people, and I always add more. You know, and once I add something on here, it adds to the public. You know, and it's the same with moving and everything else as well. They kind of got to go in some sort of order. And for people over here as well, there's like a little voting system if you have a Trello login. So, for instance, Hat in Time, Fire Emblem, Three Houses. Everyone wants Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. That's such a huge game. It's, you know, it's like Age of Calamity as well. People want that as well. You can vote for it, so I kind of get a gist of what people are looking forward to. But I'll take anyone's suggestions, and also if people want that one too. If people want to sort of you know, if the resources are really good for it, then it's better. Because I mean, Metroid Dread, everyone really wanted it, so I gave it a go. But like, if I give it like sort of 4 months or so, where people have, you know, put more images out there or information and that sort of thing, then it makes it easier to make a manual for it, because I don't have all the information and the images. Whereas like when you work with developers like Premium different games, when I did for them and everything, I just get it off the developer, and you know, I get all the assets I want, the proper layers and everything, and then if I have any questions or if they need to check anything, I just send it to them, you know. So so it's that. So yeah, so for those, and you know, for you know, the other sort of, when I've had another contract and that sort of thing, it's been really easy to do that with having it on release basically. But for these sort of games is, you know, for Breath of the Wild, if I was doing that on the day, it would look totally different now. You know, I started it like 3 years after its release, and there were so many images out there in the wild and how things are, and look, these are all what the items look like and all this. It's just, you know, worked out so well for what I was after. And that's the same with Luigi's Mansion. Nothing came out for like a whole year, and then like over the course of a couple of months when I just started it, it was there was like a sort of, no, here's a load of images of of what someone else has done, basically, or how they've taken pictures or whatnot. So awesome stuff, really. Or like old websites. Sometimes Nintendo has like sort of older websites, or someone else does like themed websites and that sort of stuff, and it's really good to get information from that, how they're made. A lot of ideas, or to know where to go, can come from Nintendo in some areas, because like Paper Mario Origami King, or the whole sort of good versus evil aspect, for Luigi Mansion, they have like little online brochures, and it's good to have a look at that to see what the official people thought of, and then how you can take that next step, or get an idea on it, really. Because if they made like a little online brochure sort of thing and I'll explain what the brochure was, because they made a Paper Mario one in Japanese only, which was this one. So this is a little brochure you can get on the website, their website, but it's in Japanese only. But it's where basically you have a template that you print off at home, you stick it together, and then you kind of have like a folding brochure, leaflet, booklet for your own. So it has all this here, but it's in Japanese only, and it's 22 pages or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Let me have a look. 22. Yeah, so it's 22 because it ends on a thing and then it goes from a thing. So they included the inner covers as pages. And I knew a couple of friends. One really good lives in Japan. So even though it's not perfect, because I forgot to rename a couple of the places from the actual Japanese name to the English equivalent, I translated it and gave a English version that you can download for free and print off and everything yourself, because it was just nice to do this to the public. People really wanted it, so I did. But this is like the brochure of what Nintendo would have officially as Mario Origami thing. So this sort of styling with everything would be a good sort of step in the right direction for sort of coming up with my own method, really, and then just sort of going from there. But yeah, a lot of this as well, to be honest, I might as well have made a manual, because these pages with all these pictures, I kind of had to remake them all and then like put the text over top and everything as well. I was like, for half of these pages I've just remade the page. I was like, I could have just made the bloody booklet at this point, but then like that's getting really close to thingy. But Jaden, thank you very much for being here. It is 1:30, definitely, and yeah, we all got work in the morning, so sorry it was a bit later though as well, because I didn't finish work till like 9:30, 9:45 really today. So but thank you very much, and yeah, and I mean, anything else really is feel free to ask some questions in the new year. I hope to make some more, because the first year I did this, and I started in April, and I made 5 manuals in 2020, and I was only able to complete 4 manuals in 2021, despite having about like 3 manuals contracted elsewhere, but we don't include them because they're not the ones here, and some of them were big ones as well, much bigger than the other ones, but I hope that I can do a lot more manuals this year. The aim this year was to do 1 a month, but that was a very tall feat, especially with Luigi's Mansion and 3D World, where it was not going to work. So, but I'm not going to have that as a challenge in 2022, but I'm going to try and get some more done, and possibly work on like a couple at the same time, so it keeps the creative differences going. But there will hopefully be one. There'll be Pokemon Snap. I'll look to get the Booklet Bazaar up, and then work on other ones such as, Octopath Traveler. Hopefully, in the end, like Mario Kart, and ideally, I would like to have a Smash Ultimate done by 2022. It's gonna be as big as 3D World. It's gonna be a 60-page booklet. There's a lot on there. At the moment, I am trying to get the character pages to look right. I know I've got the setup for it. I know how it's going to be structured, but it's just trying to find the right backgrounds and the right looks. And there's a lot of great imagery out there for Smash. I'm still waiting to see if there can be better imagery for Sora, especially when it's in game and such. So it's going to be really interesting how it goes and how I come across it. But that is going to be a while off yet, because there's going to be so many pages. And a page can quite take half an hour or 2 hours or more. With Luigi's Mansion, because there were so many layers to it, to make it the way it is. They were like 2 hours a sort of page or more, depending. So the images for that I help Sonic Child get as well and everything is basically there's aspects of images when they're showcased on websites and stuff where it's actually just it's not like an in-game image, but it's not like a concept or fully released one, but it's like a transparent sort of this is him attacking a dummy, and they're really great for showing off sort of special attacks or how-to stuff in the booklet. And there's ones for everyone, I think, pretty much, apart from the last two DLC characters so far. So I'm just trying to wait or see if there are any hints of sort of updated sites and everything applying those character images wherever they get them from. But thank you very much. But yes, so what the idea of Smash is basically like when I'm working on a manual for a day, or sometime once or twice during the week, is I'd work on Pokemon Snap for quite a bit, and then I do like a little bit of Smash Bros, or something, and then it continues like that, and the next booklet and so forth, and then eventually, after say about 4 or 5 booklets or something, Smash Bros will be pretty much near complete, where I can just go and finish it off or something. But it's a very, very huge game. There's a lot in it, and it's also sort of one where I'm like, if I had 80 pages, I could explain stuff really, really well or quick or something like that. But I've only got about 60 comfortably, because with 3D World the way it is, it's already starting to get to the part where it's curving the Switch case, or looking like it might do if it gets bigger. So it's like this is my limit I've got to work in, and you got all the fights, the tournaments, the online, the World of Light crap, and the spirits and all that sort of thing to explain. Then you got obviously the normal controls and how to, and then you got all the characters and DLC and blah 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 blah. So yeah, the characters are kind of summed up in a way of where they're more rostered per game. So you'll have a page of all the ones from the original, then the Melee, then Brawl, then the Wii, and then you have specific individual pages for all the ones coming in Ultimate, and then the DLC. That is something I thought about. Not gonna lie. The only thing I thought about not doing really is just then you make a character book, but with either put a lot of information in it for every character, or sort of better more information, or you don't really. And I was like, in a way, when you look at the older manuals, they do talk about the character of that thing, or sort of everyone. depending how big the game is. And I was like, if I'm doing everyone with Ultimate, it's still like, God, how many characters have they got now? Like 80 odd or something? Can't remember, to be honest. I thought it was like 74, but it's not. I think it's more than that now. Oh, 56. Oh. Yeah, I mean, we could look it up, to be honest. Let's see. Characters list order. So yeah, so sites like this is really cool, by the way. Cause, yeah, 82. There we go. It's 82 of them. Because you do have the other different sort of half and half, which is slightly a bit different. Yeah, exactly. So even having one a page and that sort of thing makes it a really big booklet for every character. But then you're like, well, if I only need 60, I need to take where, like, do I do 2 a page? But then it looks a bit weird, or like, what's the best way to go about it? So the method I came up is basically the DLC fighters and the ones specific to Ultimate will have a page each, and then in a kind of reminiscent old gamer style, the other ones will kind of have the older icons of their previous iterations. You know, so. Well, they could have a DLC. See, that's the other thing as well. Is like, you know, do you have a DLC booklet for people that get the DLC, or do you just include it, or just not include it? You know, because with games with DLC is very sort of not everyone's going to have it. You know, so normally if the DLC is already out, like for Luigi's Mansion or something, it's nice to hint at it, to say it's there, because the official manual probably would do back in the day, or such, you know, just to be like, oh, it's out there if you want it, but we're not going to talk about it too much, or it's on, you know, incoming. But yeah, but unless sort of like it's something massive, which, you know, some of these are. This is like Sora, Sephiroth, you know, you got bloody Steve from Minecraft, Banjo-Kazooie, and Joker and stuff, of course. It's really good, and you got like the Piranha Plant, which is free DLC, so you've already started in that leeway of DLC characters. You might as well just add the rest, which is what I say, and it's gonna take like an uproar of task, you know, to just add the rest. Just add the rest. Just that's what you need to do. Oh really? I thought Piranha Plant was just free. Nah. Wow. That is I thought, wow. I did not know that. Oh, damn. Well, the other thing, like, I feel with Smash Bros that you can do quite easily on a page or something without much explanation is just stuff about stages and music, really. You go like, yeah, there's a load of music, and you select it like this, and then there's a load of stages, and this is the difference, you know, or something like that. I know some other things like, oh, we really need to go in depth in all this, and it's like, you don't need to go all in depth. But then you got like the stage builder and stuff. It's like, how in depth do you go into that? It's such a big game. Wow, I did not know that. That's crazy. See, that's really cool. I did not know that either. Gosh, now I'm going to have to remind myself as like a cool little hint to add that in, because that's really funny. But yeah, I love like little things like that where they add there. I guess it makes them harder to fight. Like, oh, or easier, because it's like, oh, there's only one of them. Like, we don't see his reflection. See here, when you look at it, you're like, oh, just scroll down a little, there's so many. But when you add them into a book, you're like, oh my goodness. But yeah, it's stuff like the actual official stuff, getting the information, ideas of what's going around, like how the items work. But it's good because then it also helps like with how you structure your wording and everything. Because sometimes it can be quite, you say things one way and it don't really come out the way that you think it does. But yeah, there's a lot of characters in Smash. It's crazy, isn't it? And I don't know if there's going to be another Smash afterwards, so this one's going to be ported like a million times, much like sort of Ocarina of Time. Yeah, I mean, when I get around to this booklet, I'll be playing Smash quite a bit more because I haven't got the Season 2 DLC Fire Pass pack there, so I haven't really played a Sora or anything at all, and it will be cool to know because I know he's very lightweight, you see, and that sort of stuff as well. He's very floaty. I mean, I can imagine the roster being a lot smaller. It's trying to balance this many characters out is a big, big task. Because you only have to have one broken, and then everyone like shits on your parade, or thing. And then when you nerf him, you're like, oh my goodness, can't believe you nerfed him. And you'll probably get those people like in tournaments, like which version are we using? 1.327 or 1.462? It was a really nice ending for it though as well, having him there. Well, you say no more nerfs, but there can still be updates, just not additional characters. That's why sort of Super Mario Maker 2, which I wanted to make a manual for as well, actually, as well as like the Nintendo Garage and that, because I do like those sort of games. They have like 3.001 or something. It probably is now, though. They've probably spent a lot of time sort of getting Sora to fit in right. But also, like, there's always so much choice. Like, personally, I'll never use the Wii Fit person, because I'm just not interested, I mean, same with Duck Hunt. I wouldn't use them too much, even though they're quite funny. Or Olimar. Or Lucas. If I'm using Lucas, I might as well use Ness, or something like that. It's too much choice, almost, to be honest, and you kind of stick with the ones that you like, or the ones that you know too much, really. Oh yeah, I'm not saying they're not pretty fun, because they do have a good moveset, and I mean, the Wii Fit Trainer's moveset is just weird for me anyway, but especially Duck Hunt, with the gun moves and all that sort of stuff, and the barrel is quite hilarious to do on stage. But it's just something I wouldn't normally pick, like Palutena, she's pretty good, but I wouldn't really pick her either, And also you got to think like how many different moves can everyone have, There's only so much. You have like all the sword fighters having sort of a counter or something like that, and then blah blah blah. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's only gone up a little bit. Could be a lot worse. But that's the idea for 2022, and I'll hopefully be able to focus on it a bit more because Cosplay Dancer will be assisting me with the postage, and hopefully I'll be looking forward to try and make it easier for the US and Canadian sort of postage stuff as well, a little bit, for you as well, so it doesn't take as long and that sort of stuff as well. But it's going to take a bit of time to do. But it's really nice of him to do and everything as well, because it then gives me more free time to make more manuals for you guys. It's all working together, really, isn't it? Oh yeah. God, could you imagine? That is pretty crazy. I even forgot, like, you still have like those amiibos, don't you, that have Smash data on them and beat the crap at you. And you feed them spirits and stuff. And oh lordy. The one thing I was a little bit upset about really was going from my amazing Fox McCloud on the Wii U Smash 4 to the Switch, and he wasn't that amazing anymore. And it made me really sad. Oh, no, yeah, sorry. I know you meant like the custom moves, per character thing. Yeah. It's, whew, gosh. And then you got like all the Mii stuff and everything as well. Could you imagine? It would be insane. Insane. But I know it's getting late. I mean, it is 10 to 2 coming up for. Yeah, I know. I think they had to change quite a few things really to kind of handle it all. But it's not, and it's a lot better that they did it on cartridge instead of disc. Because man, some of those loading times. The only thing that they didn't really improve ever on is just their bloody online services. And in the play, because man, does it still lag when you try and have perfect sync between everyone. And I have like a decent connection, I'd say. I pay for like the 70 meg odd line here and stuff, but I live in the countryside, so it's not perfect all the time. And gosh, yeah, someone like just a little bit low or something on Mario Maker or Smash, and it's lagged so bad. Yeah, it's so much input delay and stuff. It's not the best really, and it's also sort of the same sort of effect they have on the Switch Online stuff. Most of the N64 games are like about sort of 20 megs or maybe a little bit more, depending on the game you have. So it would have been easier if they have an online service where you just temporarily download the Zelda game and have the save file online or whatever, and then play it lag free. Only having input lag basically and TV lag, not the online lag. And then when it's done, it just deletes it or something. Because I think that would have been a much easier solution to some extent, rather than having everything streamed sort of over. Yeah, I mean their online stuff can work well, but I think from what I read and what it seems like to me anyway, because I've only dabbled a bit in like game coding and that sort of thing to make like projects and a few quirky things. I haven't made like a full blown game, but I do like coding and that sort of stuff because it's always a bit of a laugh. Which at some point I might make a game. Why not? It might be something fun that we can go through from beginning to end together. Making like little characters and enemies and all that sort of stuff. But because I got a few ideas, it'll be cool. But it looks like they're just doing perfect sync between the online connections, and I can add a manual to it. Yeah, 100%. I'll get it physically done and make my own little manual for my game. But yeah, but as I was saying, it seems like they seem to be doing perfect sync with those Smash games, Mario Maker, and the online Nintendo services when it's in multiplayer and stuff. Which means if someone has a delay for whatever reason, it basically pauses everyone else out until they catch up. Which is I wouldn't say it's a simple method, but it's one of the simplest methods to say like everyone needs to have the same information, otherwise we don't continue. So unless you got really good connection, and a decent speed, like you'll never have a lagless situation, because for whatever reason you have like a little snippet, you're a little bit ahead or out, whatever, and everyone got a thing. Anyway, give me that rollback, baby. Woo! Yeah, so normally in multiplayer games like Call of Duty and that sort of thing, they have like or in GTA they have like a progressional input where it thinks ahead a little bit, or it doesn't update as quick, so it goes like, oh, we could do this, so we're expecting this type thing, and then when you send it, it then updates it through there. So, and then it has like the animations and stuff to counteract it. So that's why, especially in like GTA, you might have someone that looks like they're just going to jump or something like that, but actually they've just then swerved to the right because it thought that they were going to input a jump, or it seemed like they were going to jump or run forward or something like that, but instead they've actually just ran right. So then it's, you know, corrected itself to your syncing up, and that's great for like big player games and all that sort of stuff, because you want to, with online stuff, you want to send as little data as possible to get the end result across. So, you know, when you have like characters moving, you know, you got like an X, Y, and in 3D you got a Z. So you send that data quite a bit, or if you're doing progressive stuff, you know, you'll send it like maybe like 2/3 of the bit, and then for 1/3 it's probably guessing the direction it's going from the last 5 directions, and that's all coded in client side. So it sends less data, and then like weapons, you just send one bit over when one thing happens, and same with hats and all that sort of things, or it's bullet sort of trajectory and information when it fires, you know, so it's not syncing where the bullet's going, it's just saying the bullet was fired from here in this direction. But yes, sorry, I digress. But yes, no worries. Thank you, Jaden, there. It's been lovely having you as well. I mean, to be honest, I think I'm going to go to bed as well, unless anyone else has any questions. I mean, is there anything else you want to ask before I guess I close up stream, really? If there is, feel free. Ooh. Well, I'm definitely going to probably have to go with a blue, although I am pretty fond of a red. But yeah, those are my things. Well, when I was younger, I used to like red more, but then I had a bit, you know, I kind of liked wearing blue a lot more. But then, I just kind of vary between blue and red. Oh, green. Green was the correct answer with it. Oh, damn. Does that mean I get chucked into the pit for answering questions of 3 wrong? If anyone knows Monty Python's Holy Grail, because damn, that is beautifully hilarious. I see. Well, can I ask you, what is the airspeed velocity of an African swallow? See, that's always a really tough one. I have to say though, the one I've always, like, this stems from when I was younger, because probably nostalgia always hits when I play it, but one I always seem to have the funniest time with is definitely Conker's Bad Fur Day. Like, I love the Zelda series. And you know, I love the Mario games and so many fond memories with so many of those games, but when I was younger, playing Conker's Bad Fur Day just made me hysterically hilarious. And I was underage, I wasn't 18, but I found it bloody funny and hilarious to play. And especially with all like its like little quotes in it, because I love films and everything as well. So like when it brought out like Alien and the Matrix stuff, Van Helsing and everything. Oh gosh, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Love the game. Another series as well I'd like to see come back recently is Star Fox. I love the Star Fox franchise and Lilac Wars and that, especially like when it went to like Assault and whatnot. I really love that game as well. The Wii U one I didn't play as much. To be honest, I found the controls a bit confusing. Trying to look at my Wii U gamepad while trying to also dodge fighting on the big TV was a bit too much of an up move to try and keep a handle on. But I'd like to see it reimagined a little bit, or readjusted, that game, or like a remake of Assault, or just a completely different storyline. Yeah, I mean the graphics for it were great. I love the animation that they did and everything as well. And I could see like the original, because that's the thing with Breath of the Wild as well, like and the Star Fox one, like the original ideas that they had, but restricted by hardware and everything, was what they wanted that game to kind of be like. And it was really good to see that with like the Walker and the other aspects to do it, you know. But it's just the way that you had the gamepad, like Fatal Frame. You would hold the gamepad up and then move around. So when you went back to the TV, it's kind of always in front of you. But with Star Foxes, you have the TV while you're dodging, but then to try and aim and shoot things, you're looking at the gamepad, which is like a really just big head down movement, basically. And it kind of, you kind of couldn't concentrate on two things at once, really, with the DS or 3DS version. With that, it's you know, it's only like a little eye move. It's normally in the same view. So that's what kind of made it quite a bit difficult, really, I think, for most people to get a grasp of. Once you got used to it, it probably got easier, but ideally you just want to have like all the, you know, it's like an on the rail shooter, but not aspect. I don't know. It wasn't the best thing, but it was good to see some of their aspects go across, and then like the original Zelda aspects go into Breath of the Wild with. I mean, a lot of it was going to be Skyward Sword related anyway, because they had the bloody sailcloth in one of the earlier demos. So yeah, the engine opened up really from Skyward Sword, and it's going to be quite close. Shame that the Game Awards, they didn't bloody have anything. I was like, God damn, Game Awards. I stayed up till like 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning for like the Nintendo Zelda or something release, and Nintendo wasn't even there, to be honest. They had like a trailer advert section, and that was it. I was like, God damn it. But no, that is, I think that's on this, right? There is a PS4 game for Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I will get there at some point. But yes, so if there's any games on the, if you go to the public one, if there's anything on here that's not, then please suggest to me. I'll try and add it, and I'll try and get to it as best as I can. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, also, isn't this cool? Look, I'm now at a stage where I have a slight scroll bar. Like, also, just to let you know, for next year, 2022, if you're in the UK, I'll try and have like a Comic-Con stall or something like that, or like at some convention somewhere, because I'd really like to, and I'm like, hopefully I'll have enough booklets by then or something like that can have a reasonable store size, basically. That's the idea and the dream. So yeah, please please come along and say hello if I do. I'll try and put it up on Twitter. I'm most active on Twitter, to be honest, out of the others, or just Etsy, obviously, in general as well. But yeah, well, it depends, because stalls are really expensive. Especially nowadays, with COVID and everything last year. And then they've raised the ticket prices as well, especially for MCM, so bloody hell, like, the stalls were expensive. Not as many people came because of really expensive ticket sales, so it can be a bit of a hit and a miss. But I also just want to make sure that that I have something for the new people, something for the old people. I might look at. Well, I've been thinking about like sort of maybe do like a little limited edition card or something. I don't know, because I dabbled with that earlier with Luigi's Mansion 3's pre-order cards, which I don't know if you've seen it or not. I could show you quickly if you want, because I have a load more, because I printed way too many than there were pre-orders, basically. And this was before Etsy sort of thing, so people kind of, here we are. So I spent a while designing it. This one's not the neatest one, I think, there we go. So with the, because thing is though, these were free and these were really expensive to make, so it was kind of a mistake, but also like a fun thing to do. Because one thing I really love and wanted to do, and also I've learned not to do as much, is to have like little custom cards that people could put in. Because one of the normal things I have are little booklet, well, like little boards basically. So normally, if you order from me, you'll have one of these somewhere. Now, when I made these and got a load printed, basically, I just had this as a protective sort of layer for the booklets in letters, because I used to send them all in jiffy bags, technically. So either big ones or small ones. So these were used to protect them to not stop them bending, but there's still things getting destroyed or ruined sometimes along the way, which was really sad. So now I have more boxes for bigger orders, and still use the jiffy bags for like 1 or 2. So you get boxes from 3+, and even bigger boxes on like 6+ or whatever. So these are still used to an extent to just have decoration or to having a thing. But I just basically said thank you. This would have been handwritten, but mine's terrible. But I never actually put like MBP UK on it or anything. So everyone was after like a little card that they can fit in or something, because it doesn't. You know, I was like, this was just to get destroyed or smashed up. I didn't know people wanted to collect these things or to have one in the thing. So when Luigi's Mansion came around, I was like, yeah, let's do a limited card. It'll be really cool. Yeah, exactly. You had that on the front of your box. Yes. So, you know, I cut a little bit and stayed on. So it's just like a little sort of thank you thing, to look a bit cool. Because I literally accidentally just ordered like 2,000 of them. So you know, still got a few to go through. But so for the collector card thing, for Luigi's Mansion, there's this pre-order card, and the thing that makes it really cool and I love is it's foiled on the front and the back. So it was custom artwork done by one of the artists, where it's myself cosplaying as Egad, talking to Luigi, and then there's King Boo in the background. And it says pre-order at the top, and I would have released more of them or sold more of them if it said limited edition instead of pre-order, because now I can't sell any more of them, seeing as the pre-order's over technically. So but it was all foiled at the back as well and everything, and I've kind of got like an overprint of them, and I don't know what to do with them, because I kind of had to do a bigger bulk for them, and I thought I'd get a few more pre-orders really than what happened on the day. So it might be like just a special thing I sort of sell like a little bit, but it cost quite a bit to make like just one of these cards, and each really in the end. But it was just something really fun to do, and I thought it's mainly because of the foil. That was obviously the expensive part, and it looks lovely, and I love it so much, and I'd love them all to be foiled, but it's not really a viable thing to do. Oh, it just looks so good though. I know, it looks so sick. So I'm thinking like, you know, maybe so I'd have like similar cards or cheaper cards to go with like a game release. So I'd have to do a backup stock for the 9 I got, and then people can purchase like a limited edition of those. And then for new games, it's like the first 100 people get like a limited edition card or something. You know, something like that really. And then like there could be like a yearly one where it is probably, you know, more foiled, saying like, you know, MVP UK 2022 or something like that, and it would be like a little collage or something. You know, something like that, where if it is foiled, because I love the look. I got this one done in green, luckily to fit with the sort of thing. I was trying to get the actual pre-order aspect foiled up as well, but to be honest, it has to be very specifically and specially layered and done and stuff, and yeah. But that's another thing. So, you know, there are very few of these actually out there in the world. and there's a lot more in my shed. You know, but they're very very limited pre-order cars, one-off things. Yeah, and it was lovely. I absolutely love the card. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's so much cooler if you see it in person. So, you know, when I have a stall, I might sort of, you know, show off what the couple look like. See, that's the thing though. It very like it depends if it's foiled or not. If it's foiled, like they literally would have like still because of a small quantity, or unless I find somewhere else to do it, they're like it's literally like sort of £3 to £4 per card, like to actually just get it done. You know, I think that's the price it came to in the end. It's roughly about something like that. I can't like it could have been like a little bit cheaper, but I can't remember. I remember being like, wow, it's like £3 a card. You know, and you kind of have to think of advance because everyone's like, yeah, we all love pre-orders and everything like that, and then you're like, oh, okay, I'll do something special for everyone for the pre-orders, and then you set up a pre-order thing and you do these in advance and everything a little bit because you have a time limit and stuff like that, and then you know when you do a pre-order aspect, it's like only like a fifth of the people sort of are interested in pre-ordering in the end, really. So you're like, oh, I've kind of overspent a lot on these cards because I think I got like about 100 of them printed, maybe like a little bit more from them because there was a couple of seconds in there and that. So and it's quite a lot of money. It's about like 300-400 quid to get them all done. Maybe worth like a shot. But, well, yeah. I mean, the only aspect that ruins this car from resale is I put the word pre-order. If I put the word limited edition, I'd feel happier sort of selling it on because they're limited edition cars. So that's like a mistake on my part, really. Going forward. So if I go forward with it, then it would be. They would all say limited edition just in case anything happened really in the future. But I think it would be nice to have like a yearly sort of make of the cards, you know, that people could collect that are foiled or something. Because I know super rare games do like foiled cards, or limited run games do foiled cards as well or something. And they do look cool, but they're also a massive company that has a lot of money. And they can afford stuff like that for like their 15 releases a month, whereas I only have one a month. I mean I could put limited in the title of the sale. You know, I just don't want to like feel like I'm screwing anyone over, really. You know, this is like a limited edition pre-order card, so 100%, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You know, and to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, I have been sneaky and gave one to a friend after the pre-order bonus. You know, because I was like, I have loads of them. And at the time, I was like, yeah, sure, take them, do what you want. You know, so but it's just sort of, yeah. I don't want people really if they were like, oh, you know, you've made this less rare or something like that. Because again, like I'm in a very sort of collector sort of market. I had someone sort of message me one time about like a little small I wouldn't say it was a dent, but it was like a little small sort of where the packaging bent a little bit during its postage, which is another thing why I use like boxes now for bigger orders. But he was like, it's slightly bent. And these are collectors, could I have another one? And I was like, okay then. So I think some might actually get it. We'll just pair it up with the Luigi manual. Yeah, so I did think about that as well, sort of pairing up with just the first 100 people from Luigi's Mansion. But I think I might make a new list, seeing as so many have sold now. So just as a maybe just to get rid of them during the new year. You know, and set them at like sort of £3.50 or £4 or something just to get back my money. It's also like I have a load of seconds, and so seconds are stuff that's damaged or it has been sort of misprinted, and that sort of thing. And sometimes, sort of, it's not the quality I'm like, I want to pay full price or sell this for. So yeah, so I've loaded them as well, and people were like, "Oh, you can sell them for cheaper and everything," but it's really hard to try and just, when you got everything else and you're checking everything else, to just try and sell a load of seconds that sort of you either have to stamp mark or someone else's type thing. So, I'm thinking about it for maybe convention, but I think I might just get rid of them or something and just keep it with the first. So, not entirely sure. Well, yeah. I mean, it's. See, the thing is, though, when you say, yeah, £5, people go, gosh, £5. That's like a whole note. And then you think, gosh, only for £3 more, I can get a Mario Odyssey manual. You see, so I'd definitely say it would be like £4 or £3.50 or something like that, just so there's some gap there. Oh yeah, because I haven't told you this. Obviously, I don't tell many people this. Is the fact that I'm very precise on pricing. Because obviously the amount of pages affects printing prices anyway and that sort of thing. But for instance, I never wanted to go over £12, but 3D World was really big that it was like £12.50 instead of like £14 or something. Because it's kind of like sort of petrol money or shopping money. Like certain prices make you think of certain things. So, for instance, if I had it at £14, people think, oh, £15, and then they think, well, that's half a game price, and it's not a game, or that sort of thing. So £12 goes, oh, that's near 10. It seems quite, sort of friendly type thing. £10 is like a nice reasonable price for like sort of a booklet with sort of this amount of information in that. And £8 is like, oh, it's cheaper than £10. So that's why I keep it even as well. Odd numbers I'm not really fond of anyway, to be honest. And when you say £9, you go, God, crikey, that's nearly £10. For instance, and 13, no one likes 13, so that's why especially it was £12.50. So, but it's yeah, because I know some people, like, I really try and keep my prices down as cheap as I can, and to be like basically the cheapest I can be, which I think I've done pretty well. I'm pretty much the cheapest around if I think about it. I think there's only one other Brazilian guy that kind of matches or something, or occasionally somebody has a sale to try and mimic my prices or something. Well, no, exactly. It's not that I'm trying to sell myself short, but it's like I'm trying to get a price bracket where it's reasonable to the consumer. For instance, there was another shopper, and I'm like, he does, I'm not doubting his work or anything, he's put the effort and everything, but I think he had like about, because his page is probably thinner or printed differently or whatever, but he had about like a 60-page or 70-page book, but he was charging about like £25 for it, and then you had postage on top or something sometimes, and I was like, if I was going to buy that, I was like, that's nearly a game, proper price that you can get in the store, and you're asking to pay, or a big guidebook or something, and you're asking sort of to pay reasonably that amount of price for a small booklet you put in your Switch case. And I know some people did do it and everything like that, and that's absolutely fine. But for me personally, I was like, I'd be aiming to try and, not ever go that high, because I know a lot of people, when they're collectors and they see it, they're like, oh yeah, but that's I can understand that, blah blah, but with if you have like little kids or stuff, or something to assist them type thing, spending like a little bit isn't too bad, but sometimes pricing it's always very, depending on your audience, hit and miss type thing. Because I try and cater to everyone as best as I can, and even at my price point, some people are like, "Gosh, it's still really expensive. I'd only pay a couple of quid." And to be honest, one day it would be a dream to have so much money I can do a huge bulk and get it all sorted and everything that it costs me pennies in comparison to way more than pennies. Basically, if I could do like 10,000 or 100,000 manuals and booklets at a time, that would make it a lot cheaper to sell, within a still good profit margin, I guess. I say like pretty good profit margin. I don't like try and take advantage or anything too much. Yeah, and a lot of people as well don't fully understand. It's like not just the printing and the paper, but it's also the time into it and all that other stuff as well. You kind of like split that against 100 books or something like that, if you know what I mean. Oh god, yeah, I know. I do this all the time. My friends, sort of online when I'm with Cosplay Dancer and everything as well, is we'll start talking and do that, and then I'll say I'm going to bed like 10 times, and they'll keep me on for a good another hour or so. And it's even worse when they're like, "Oh, let's just play a game, let's just watch this," or something like that, and it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, is it? Oh, thank you so much. That hasn't ruined my sleeping pattern at all. Very kind of you. So I'm very sorry, Jane. I just, you're very good to talk to. I enjoy talking to you. And I hope you're enjoying the music as well. I'm actually going to see what the music is now, to be honest. Oh, it's this music. Yes, Star Fox. Nice. Yes, my headset was not charged enough, so for a good while I wasn't listening to any lovely music. But what a good track coming back on. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm WFH. Oh yeah, sorry. For like the second day in a row, but man, don't want to get out of bed for it. Okay. No, anyway, sorry. I will let you go to bed. Oh, good tunes. But thank you for coming. I hope it's been sort of quite insightful and intriguing into my crazy process of little working from home. I mean, I'm a firefighter by sort of, that's my other job thing, so there's no working from home. It's rush to the big fire engine and do things. But yeah, I mean, if you have any questions in the future, let me know, and if people want, I guess I'll do it again at some point. It's been an absolute pleasure, Jane, so I will let you go to bed. Thank you very much for joining, and have a lovely night's sleep. Oh yeah. Oh. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, it's lovely chatting with you as well. Yeah, no, I can say working from home, yeah, definitely. That's the best option if you don't have any other options left. And if you have a meeting on Zoom, you only have to get half dressed. So, it's even better. Alright, buddy, keep it real. Have a lovely time. I will see you soon. Bye.